Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the March 16 meeting of the Ann Arbor City Council. If you're able, please rise and join us for a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Would our clerk please call the roll of council?
Councilmember Dish?
Here.
Councilmember Harrison?
Here.
Councilmember Watson? Absent. Councilmember Malik?
Here.
Councilmember Radina?
Here.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Here.
Mayor Taylor?
Here.
Councilmember Iyer?
Here.
Councilmember Ackman?
Here.
Councilmember Briggs? Here. Councilmember Cornell? Absent. We have a quorum.
May I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda? Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Ackman. Discussion of the agenda. All in favor? All opposed? The agenda is approved. Do we have any communications today from our city administrator?
No, Mayor.
We have before us an update from the Downtown Development Authority from Maura Thompson. Director Thompson, you have the con.
Thank you. I wanted to use my time tonight to review what council will be considering on April 20th related to the DDA's proposed new development plan. The resolution that will be before you will be to approve an ordinance to amend sections 1.152, 54, 56, 58, 59, and 60 of Chapter 7 of Title I of the Code of the City of Ann Arbor. The ordinance change adopts the new development and TIF plans, which include a boundary expansion, a shift to a revenue share model of TIF distribution, and the ability for the DDA to implement the 150 projects and programs included in the plan. The plan is the DDA's roadmap. Nearly every project and program identified needs additional study and approval before implementation. Specific to the downtown service team, the ordinance change adopts the plans that enable the DDA to fund a program. It does not prescribe how the program is implemented. The downtown service team has received significant attention, and for good reason. Anyone who spends time downtown understands that it requires additional focus and care. The condition of downtown should reflect its vital role as one of the region's key economic drivers. Thriving downtowns depend on consistent, proactive management. More than 21 million people visit downtown Ann Arbor each year. On a busy day, a single downtown neighborhood like the State Street District can host as many as 50,000. This level of activity makes downtown both a vibrant place to experience and a uniquely complex place to manage. For example, activity peaks between noon and 8 p.m. Thursday through Sunday. To maximize effectiveness, a downtown service team program should be designed around these activity patterns. Team members would work non-traditional schedules that shift with seasonal demand. Through extensive stakeholder engagement over the last 3 years, we consistently heard concerns about the cleanliness and upkeep of downtown, along with a strong sense of urgency to address these concerns. In response, the DDA issued an RFP last fall for services to address these issues so that a program could be launched as quickly as possible should the DDA's plan be approved this April. Based on council input at the February 2nd public hearing, we understand there is a strong interest in establishing an in-house program and that contracting for these services is not the preferred approach. With that in mind, we are working closely with HR and Public Services to determine the feasibility, cost, and timeline for launching a downtown service team program. Over the next 6 weeks leading up to the vote on April 20th, I am available to council or any members of the public who may have questions or who would like to discuss any aspects of the plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We now come to public comment reserve time. Public comment reserve time is an opportunity for members of the public to speak to council and the community about matters of municipal interest. To speak at public comment reserve time, one needs to have signed up in advance by contacting our city clerk. Speakers in all instances will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk or the time clock will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Our first speaker today is Felicia Brabeck.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and City Council members. I'm happy to be here with you all. My name is Felicia Brabeck, and I'm here in my capacity as Chair of the Washtenaw County Community Mental Health Board. And it's in that role that I'm here and so excited to be in support of Councilmember Harrison's resolution directing the city administrator to discuss crisis response to Washtenaw community or with Washtenaw Community CMH to determine any partnership opportunities that might be available. Washtenaw County CMH stands ready to support your efforts to strengthen services for our residents, particularly in those emergent situations. WCCMH has extensive experience providing 24-hour crisis response, mobile crisis response, and ongoing behavioral health stabilization services. We appreciate all of your collective commitment to this, particularly the trauma-informed, the community-centered, and the collaborative crisis response. We welcome any opportunities to explore what might be in this collaboration. And finally, I would be remiss if I did not personally thank Councilmember Harrison for all of her work on this and the conversations and talking about the possibilities of what might be so we can be there for our residents, particularly in these times of need. And then I also ask all of you for your support of her resolution. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, council members.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alex Lowe.
Good evening. I'm Alex Lowe, and this is my friend the NIMBY. Mr. NIMBY and I don't agree on too much. We do, however, agree on CA3. I think, however, that he opposes CA3 for the wrong reasons. For example, while I believe that the proposed Arbor South is too short, Mr. NIMBY thinks it's too tall. While I believe that Arbor South doesn't meet the spirit of TC1 zoning, Mr. NIMBY doesn't care about that and instead wants to preserve the historic parking lots there. While I believe that the Arbor South Development Agreement keeps this area of Ann Arbor too car-centric, he believes... Oh, no, never mind. He believes that too. So on that, we are on agreement. So we hope that you'll vote no on CA3. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tom Stolberg.
Good evening, Tom Stolberg, 1202 Traver Street in the heart of Lower Town. I'm here to speak about M5 and M3, two resolutions from the Renters Commission. On M5, I believe that the renters are in a lower power position, and that's who needs the support of government. In terms of M3, I watched and listened and commented at the Renters Commission meetings on their deliberations on this item, and they're really onto some serious stuff. One of the things that they're talking about in terms of the comprehensive plan, and we'll get into details later in the public hearing, but specifically to M3, they're calling for a moratorium of at least 2 to 5 years on new short-term rental units until measurable progress is made toward increasing long-term affordable housing supply. That really is a threat, and I want to relate that to what happens tomorrow, the day after this comprehensive land use plan is passed. As we've heard from many of you, it'll take a couple years, a long time, a lot of detailed meetings, neighborhood level exploration to rewrite the zoning. But that's only if you're writing the new zoning code for mass city-initiated rezonings. Starting tomorrow, applicants can come in and apply for rezoning to various things that would be based on the new comprehensive land use plan, which at that point in time will be adopted. So what does that mean? If you live in maybe an R4C area, you're in a neighborhood of homes, houses, you apply for something that meets transition category, because you're being moved into that transition category. So maybe C2B, commercial zoning. Well, what can you get there? Well, 6-story apartment building. So Planning Commission and planning staff will evaluate that and then come to you, and you'll eventually say, yeah, that meets the comprehensive land use plan. So we're going to rezone this property, that's C2B, for a 6-unit apartment building in an area that's all houses, single-story, 2-story, maybe even 3-story houses now. The other thing that does is say that R4C zoning right now, it prohibits, all the Rs prohibit these non-owner occupied short-term rentals, the Airbnbs. C2B wouldn't. Commercial zonings, this upzoning that whatever they ask for, the transition category zoning that's in our current zoning categories, C2B wouldn't prohibit short-term rentals. So I think the Renters Commission is really onto something. We're in danger of opening up new zoning to allow non-owner occupied short-term rentals. What we want is long-term rentals or home ownership as opposed to the short-term rentals. Also, they talk about providing additional housing production incentives, and they're really onto something there. We can't just rely on supply-side economics and indirect production of affordable and attainably and workforce-priced housing. We need direct measures. We need incentives. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ellie Iglesias.
Hello. I'd like to address the council about the topic of housing affordability broadly, and particularly about how there are some challenges that are just broader than the city, and we need to acknowledge that. Particularly, Proposal A from 1994. I'm sure many of you are aware of this. I'm sure many of you aren't aware of this, especially if you're not a homeowner. But what Proposal A did was that it capped housing increase in property taxes to a fixed rate, even if the actual value of a property increased. Now, you think, great, you don't want people being priced out of their homes, but the problem is you still need to raise the same amount of money. So what ends up happening is that newer people who buy houses later end up footing a way higher percentage of the tax bill. And this is exacerbated with new builds, because a new build, you're obviously going to have, new stuff is generally nicer. New cars are generally nicer than used cars. So if you look at new housing and you ask, why is it so expensive? Well, a big part of it is Prop A. It's subsidizing everyone else's property taxes significantly. If a new unit is paying $200 or $300 in property tax per month, obviously it's hard to make that, instantly affordable. So what can we do about this? Well, we could try to repeal Prop A, but that would require a statewide ballot measure, and while I would support that, I think that would be a very tough sell. Or more immediately, we could try to build a lot more housing around the city, because if we build a lot more housing, the housing that was new and was now footing the giant portion of the tax bill, well, the even newer housing will foot portions of that bill instead. And that will sort of spread out the pain. It's not perfect, but it's what we can do. So when people say, well, why is this new housing so unaffordable? A lot of it's because it's subsidizing you. And I think people should sort of be grateful for that. Those new high-rises, they keep your taxes down. And if you want those new high-rises to be affordable, support even newer high-rises. They'll keep those people's taxes down, and the rents will fall accordingly. So I just want everyone to consider that regardless of what happens today, Proposal A is still a large impediment to true housing affordability in the city of Ann Arbor and in the state of Michigan, but especially here because our property values have increased so much in the past few decades. But new housing can only help reduce this burden and maybe help people, find Ann Arbor a more attainable place to move to if you didn't decide to do that in the 1980s.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Dacus.
My name is Richard Dacus. I live at 1243 Marlborough Drive. I was a career high school biology teacher. I first became acquainted with Gelman as they made the thin layer chromatography filters that I used in my research for my master's degree. The Ann Arbor News published many articles on the dioxin contamination. One of the publications contained a diagram of the deep well, and I used that as a bulletin board display in my classroom. My intent was to inform my students of the danger of out-of-sight, out-of-mind thinking as a solution for pollution, and I also predicted that someday this was going to come back to haunt us. So you can imagine my surprise when I received this email from the mayor's reelection taking credit for the recent EPA naming of the Gelman plume as a Superfund. A very quick perusal of the internet produces all kinds of articles, and I've just brought 3 of them with me, dating March of 2016, July of 2016, and the most interesting one was of November the 6th of 2020. This one is named Ann Arbor now seeking EPA intervention in decades-long pollution saga. Well, the interesting thing about this was a 6-5 election with the mayor voting against it. And when you read through these, the reasons for the previous election refusals dating back 10 years, the answer was pretty much always the same. Basically, and I'm reading now from the most recent one, the 2020, basically said that Taylor said, if a portion of Ann Arbor is declared a Superfund site, one expects that will reduce property values, even though the toxicity is of no immediate concerns. Well, the problem with this whole thing is when you read something, please pay attention. Look and do your own research. Don't take things at face value because there might be more to it than you otherwise might expect. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Blaine Coleman.
A lot of people have asked me how my wife is doing. She is in Tehran under aerial bombardment. Her name is Dr. Mojgan Savabi Esfahani, and she has run for city council 3 times. She has been in the city council with me over 20 years asking for a resolution against military aid to Israel. This resolution, 7 words. And so, for those who are wondering how she's doing, probably better to just let her tell you herself.
Hello, Ann Arbor. This is Dr. Mujdan calling you from Tehran. For the past 2 weeks, we have endured relentless U.S.-Israeli bombardments. Hundreds of children are dead. Many hospitals have been attacked, and many schools, including universities, have endured massive damage. The very least you can do is to pass a resolution that says cut off military aid to Israel. All this carnage has been happening all over the Middle East, Western Asia, because of Israel. Israel is robbing you of your tax dollars, turning it into bombs and killing people. Stop Israel-U.S. oppression of Iranians and cut off military aid to Israel.
And now you see the result of the city council and other city councils refusing to approve a simple resolution against military aid to Israel. The result of, well, to put it clearly, the result is that millions of Palestinians are basically waiting for Israel to bomb them to death. Millions of Lebanese people are waiting for Israel to bomb them to death. 1 million Lebanese people just in the last week or so have been bombed out of their homes in Lebanon by Israel. 1 million Lebanese people have been bombed out of their homes by Israel. And if that's not enough for the city council to act, 92 million Iranians are now waiting for Israel to bomb them to death. And again, I don't want to belabor the point.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jeremy Haley.
Thank you.
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. I've been here and I've heard you all and the mayor say, we want people to live and work here. I'm just asking, what's the definition of working here? As far as I know, students who go to U of M, they don't necessarily work. Some may work part-time, but majority don't. And the building that you guys approved, the Dean, is primarily going to be a student housing building with 1 to 5 bedrooms in some of the units. And that sounds, to me and others, it might sound hypocritical, just, hey, we want people to live and work here, but yet we're going to approve this building that's primarily just going to be for students. Not only that, there's another student building being built that's for students too. So I'm here to ask you, what are you trying to do? Appease U of M and let them build more housing units? Because not where this Dean's, not far from the Dean, is, I believe, a 2,500 unit housing unit U of M just built on the old Fingerly lumber property. I mean, doesn't U of M have enough people? I mean, it sounds like you want to increase the density, but increase the density with who? And the kids that come here to go to school, you ask some of the business owner, their business hasn't improved, it's actually decreased. These kids don't go out as much. They stay in. They're on their computers. Things have changed. And just because you bring more people here doesn't mean you're going to increase the business to the businesses. They may go out initially for the first month or so, but after a while, it delinquishes down to a minimum where they don't, or just to a little small amount. And when you build a building for students, how does it, what are you signaling to others? That's why it sounds hypocritical. Hey, we want people to live and work here, but hey, here's a student building for students. Oh, here's another building for students. Hey, U of M is just building another building for students. At what point are you going to say no and have the conversation with U of M and say, look, stop, we at a minimum. And actually, if they cap it at an amount of 60,000 students, it actually make their college more competitive. Because if everybody knows that they keep letting everybody in and more people in every year, anybody can get into U of M. Makes it like any other college. You limit it, it makes it more competitive. But by allowing more student housing, it makes you all sound hypocritical. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there communications today from council? Councilmember Briggs.
It's exciting to see a packed room, so thank you everybody for being here. While we have a packed house, I just wanted to, I suspect a lot of folks are here to talk about the comp plan, but wanted to give you a few other ways that you might be able to get involved and engaged in our community. So if you go to engage.a2gov.org, you can find out about all of our sort of public engagement efforts that are underway. You may have been there for the comprehensive plan, but you may not have realized that there's a lot of other projects that we are soliciting input on, such as the North Main Street Transportation Study, the Outdoor Warning Siren System Review, and many others. Also, if you just Google boards and commissions in City of Ann Arbor, you'll find the whole application process, and encourage folks to look, and we're always looking for new folks to get engaged. So submit an application and reach out to your council members and let us know you've applied.
Councilmember Malik.
I would just like to invite everyone to a Ward 2 listening session. Councilmember Watson and I will be hosting one on Sunday, March 29th from 3 to 4 p.m. at Traverwood Library, and we will have a special guest with us this month, Dr. Missy Stultz, Director of the Office of Sustainability and Innovations, to talk about the climate millage and all of the sustainability efforts going on at the city. We hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
Councilmember Dish.
Speaking of Dr. Missy Stultz, I wanted to let you know that on March 21st, on the city's 10,000 Tree Initiative webpage, the link to register to get a free tree will be available. And supplies limited, so you need to jump on that link like you would jump on a Bruce Springsteen ticket. I just showed my age. And I also wanted to say that I had a really amazing experience on Saturday at my neighbor's house. She hosted a practice session for singing resistance, and you can look up Singing Resistance Ann Arbor. There are going to be a couple of other practice sessions, and folks are going to be going to the No Kings rally and singing. I don't know, we practiced 18, but I'm sure that not all 18 are going to be sung. Songs. So if chants have always made you uncomfortable at a protest, or even if they hadn't, and you might want to change your tune, so to speak, check out Singing Resistance. It will be a lovely day to spend No King's Day.
Further communication from council. Councilmember Watson.
Thank you, Councilmember Briggs, for mentioning engage.a2gov.org. And I wanted to mention there's a project there called the Hanson Nature Area Park renaming, and this is a survey open until March 23rd where residents can suggest a new name for the Hanson Nature Area. This is because the original Hanson Nature Area deed contained an unconstitutional, racially restrictive covenant inconsistent with Parks and Recreation Services' goal of providing exceptional experiences for all and ensuring that everyone should feel safe, welcome, and respected in the city parks. Therefore, the restrictions were officially removed from the deed in 2025, and a new name is now being chosen. So the Parks Commission is asking all community members to submit name suggestions, and we hope they will better reflect the park's common identity, represent community values, and demonstrate community ownership.
Further communication from council. Councilmember Harrison.
Actually, just wanted to thank my peers for their support while I was out, while I was recovering, actually, from surgery. I just really appreciate all the calls, text messages, the lovely floral arrangement. And, I believe that everyone sitting here, all my peers, know that or have possibly experienced unexpected challenges that life may bring you. So again, just really want to thank you all for your support, and also staff, as thank you for your patience as I kind of get back in the swing of things. And so thank you. With that said, I do want to announce that, or share rather, that we will be bringing 2 ordinances, continuing our work on restrictions around law enforcement, and the ordinance are based around what ICE has been doing when they come to our communities, wearing facial masks. So we are finalizing, adding regulations to the use of facial coverings by law enforcement, as well as requiring visible display of identification. So that is probably coming at the next council meeting. So thank you for your patience.
Further communication from council. We have before us the consent agenda. May I have a motion, please, to approve the consent agenda? Moved by Councilmember Radina, second by Councilmember Malik. Discussion of the consent agenda. Councilmember Briggs.
Yeah, thanks. So for those of you who might be new to the room, the consent agenda is, we generally approve this all in one vote. We have to, I'm mentioning this because I know some of you are new to the room. We request it for an item to be pulled off the consent agenda if we want to discuss it and approve it separately. But generally, these are items that are, approving contracts, approving grant agreements, making appointments, things that staff have put in front of us. Tonight, there are 8 items. Sometimes there are many more. I don't want to pull an item off tonight, but since one was mentioned, CA3, the approval of the amended Arbor South Development Agreement, as folks will remember from those previous conversations, while I didn't support the Brownfield plan, I don't have plans to pull off the development agreement. What's in front of us tonight is simply changing the date of when the Ann Arbor Housing Commission LIHTC application for affordable housing can be in, that from March 1st, 2026 to March 1st, 2027. So that is something that I think all of us would want to support.
Further discussion on the consent agenda? All in favor? All opposed? The consent agenda is approved with 11 council members present, all voting the affirmative, thus satisfying the 8-vote requirement with respect to CA1, CA4, CA5, and that is all. We now come to a set of public hearings. Public hearings are opportunities for members of the public to speak to council and the community about the specific subject matter of the public hearing. To speak at a public hearing, you need not have signed up in advance, but your speech must relate to the specific subject matter of the public hearing. That is to say, the specific item on the agenda to which the public hearing relates. Speakers in all instances will have 3 minutes in which to speak, so please pay close attention to the time. Our clerk or the time clock will notify you when 30 seconds are remaining and when your time has expired. When your time has expired, please conclude your remarks and cede the floor. Public hearing number 1, resolution to approve the 615 Riverview Drive annexation. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Please raise your hand only if you're calling to speak on the annexation. Mayor, I don't see any callers for this hearing.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Public hearing number 2, resolution to adopt the City of Ann Arbor's Comprehensive Land Use Plan 2020-50. Is there anyone in-house who would like to speak at this public hearing? My suspicion is that the answer is yes. There is no order or hand raised necessary. If folks want to make up a queue, they can make up a queue. If they want to just wait until it seems like it's empty and then you pop up, that's your decision. So there's no formality to it, but I guess we'll just see what the hive does. If at some point it looks useful for me to suggest some order, I'll do so. But until then, as you will.
Hello, my name is Sam Pullman. My biggest concern with the plan is its total disregard for land uses other than residential. The original draft prepared by the consultants included non-residential industrial districts and several variations of hub districts, areas designed for research, shopping, and employment centers. These included places like Plymouth Road and research for research usage and shopping hubs at Arborland and Maple Village. Unfortunately, the Planning Commission removed all of these suggestions. This results in a vision of the city that is primarily a dormitory rather than a place where people work for anything other than the university. And to be clear, I strongly support more mixed-use development in the city, especially mixing residential and commercial uses. Having apartments over a place like Stadium Market would be great. But I also believe the city needs special zones set aside for industrial and employment uses. The future land use map smudges over this contradiction by saying industrial uses can go in transition if they don't create nuisances. It never bothers to define what a nuisance is. But taking this at face value, you could have something like the AATA bus parking garage directly at Washtenaw and Vinewood, theoretically. In practice, this is never going to happen. By eliminating industrial zoning, the plan effectively pushes places that actually keep the city functioning, like the AATA bus garage, Mann's Lumber, self-storage facilities, and similar operations out of the city entirely, or locks them into perpetual nonconformity, as we've seen with shopping centers zone TC1. In terms of private employment, the plan seems to assume that the future is made up mostly of service jobs, cafes, restaurants, and retail. And while these are important jobs, they are not the only kinds of jobs a healthy city should plan for. The plan does not make space for people who work with their hands or high-wage careers that are not work from home or at the university. Given all of this, I would urge you to send this plan back to the Planning Commission and ask them to add non-residential uses, specifically the districts they deleted. We need a diversified private economy, and we need a private economy that consists of more than real estate. Our city should be a place where work is done, not just a place where people sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up.
My name is Michelle Cooker. I live at 634 5th Street. And I'm both, on one hand, I'm disappointed. On the other hand, I'm perplexed about this land use plan. I'm disappointed because of the lack of citizen involvement in spite of myriad meetings. You guys send out postcards extolling your council accomplishments, and yet so little information dispersed about this massive plan that will have ramifications into decades and decades into the future of Ann Arbor. I know we don't have a housing crisis here. We don't have a housing crisis for wealthy people. We have an affordable housing crisis. And I don't think that this plan is enough addressing that. The student population is ballooning, but I feel like that's a separate issue. I'm now going to read something that I find very telling. It's from the last Ann Arbor Observer, and it's John Hilton interviewing Mayor Taylor. Given the lengthy and contentious political process, should future developments expect the same level of public support, is his question to Mayor Taylor. Mayor Taylor answers, and I quote, "Ann Arbor has its own political culture, and you know, it's what makes the conversation fun. I'll tell you when we get close to the vote on the next one." Perhaps the leadership here is having too much fun hobnobbing with the wealthy developers instead of focusing on the needs of Ann Arbor residents and our future residents, who may be in the more vulnerable category. We need more thoughtful, thorough, sustainable, and imagine this, even creative development solutions. And we have the expertise right here in Ann Arbor, in fact, in this very room, to help us. And the resources have simply not been tapped. We can do way better for this city that I know we all care about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Adam McHugh. I live over at 618 South Main Street, and I'm here to communicate my excitement about the comp plan. While it's not everything I want, it's a great start. Housing and homelessness data strongly suggests that housing costs are directly correlated with homelessness. As costs rise, more people lose their stable housing. This correlation is stronger than the correlation between homelessness and drug use, homelessness and the poverty rate, homelessness and unemployment, mental illness, and the weather. And the way this works is the richest people in an area get first pick. Middle income people get second pick. Anything left over is left to the poorest among us, and the poorest of them usually fall off the ladder. At this point, it should be pretty obvious that the solution to this is to build more housing, provide more supply. A great example is Austin, famously little zoning code there. Not that I'm saying we need to become exactly like Austin, but from 2020 to 2022, they saw an 80% increase in their housing costs. They built about 50,000 units in that time, and from 2022 till now, they've seen about a 25% decrease in their housing costs. So there are examples. This does work in the United States. So with this best understanding of My time didn't start, FYI. Of the data and housing policy. So with the best understanding of the data, housing policy becomes a moral and ethical issue. And as far as I've seen and been hearing, there's three main arguments against increasing housing density and housing supply as the plan aims to do. The first one I hear is, won't someone think of the utilities? As far as I understand, the concerns about water, wastewater, gas, electric, stormwater, and this issue seems to come down to a worry that we will build out of control past our current capacities and end up screwing over everyone who currently lives in the area. Personally, this is no concern of mine. There are literally hundreds of people focused on the monitoring of capacities, planning upgrades, and balancing load here in city with the water and wastewater groups, along with DTE DTE because you do have electric, and consumers if you have gas. How do I know this? I work in the utility space. I've seen and participated in these processes firsthand. Building and expansion does not occur by accident, and a lot of work goes into this. Not to mention all the city government approval steps, codes, and whatnot that are required to be completed before even building. Item 2 that I hear a lot is protecting this middle income housing. The concern is that a lot of the middle income housing will be raised to build the more expensive luxury condos and apartments. The first problem I see with this is housing needs to be replaced eventually. It's not a matter of if, but when. And obviously, replacing a single-family home with 2, 3, or 4 units is much better than building it with another single-family home in terms of affordability and supply. The second issue I see with this is, no offense, a lot of the housing, especially the rental housing in Ann Arbor and the downtown areas, is crap. It's old, it's moldy, but we, the younger people and the renters, get stuck with it because, as I discussed earlier, the wealthy are always taken care of. And the landlords can keep these houses on the market in that condition because the supply is so low that those of us in the middle have nowhere else to go unless we want to add 30 minutes to an hour to our commute. And the last item I hear a lot is about the character of the neighborhood. Now, assuming housing is an ethical issue, which I think it is, this seems to be the most indefensible. I could never personally justify obstructing housing from being built so that the row of single-family homes I see outside my living room looked a little nicer. And in this category, I'm including being overly worried about the tree canopy, setbacks, and yards. People claim to want to protect the environment, to work towards our zero carbon initiative, and these things really don't help the environment. It's really just to make a handful of us feel particularly or slightly more content at the expense of more people losing their housing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, Ali Asani, 2074 Yorktown Drive, Ann Arbor native. Many of you have probably seen me here at this point. I love this city. It's honestly one of my favorite areas in the world to live. And I agree that we should care about affordability and sustainability. My question to you is for whom? Let me throw another word your way. Accessibility. What is the difference between affordability of someone who lives in Burns Park versus my sister who lives in Ypsilanti? Probably $300,000 to $400,000 a year of income. My sister's an AAPS teacher. She probably should have the right to live in this city, but we don't do a damn thing to subsidize that. We don't look at how we can go ahead and maybe consider creating actual cost-controlled incentives to make it cheaper for someone who works here to live there. We are making it much cheaper for someone who has large pockets, though. If we go forward and we take away all regulation, there's one word that matters, that's capitalism. Capitalism is as simple. I sustain the most by consuming the most. If I go ahead and I buy out as much of the city as I can, which you can name 3 major players in this city, or just look at Main Street, there's one name, Jim Chaconis owns all of it. What do you see? You see vacancies. Not thriving young businesses, empty buildings. That's a concern. So what I'm here to tell you about is that we should care about affordability, but for whom? We should care about sustainability, but for whom? In my view, it's the common people. in my view, it's anyone who actually shows up here because they care about this city. Whether you're on my side or their side, I guarantee you everyone in this room actually cares about this city. Someone who goes and buys out a third of the units in my neighborhood probably doesn't give a damn. They see it as an investment. Why? Sustainability means generational wealth. Sustainability means I don't have to ever think again, will I have money? My kids won't have to think if they have money. They don't really care whether or not you or I are comfortable. They're sustainable. So let's be conscious about that. Let's actually work towards making it effective and accessible for people to live here. Let's not incentivize large landlords. Let's not incentivize large developers. Let's incentivize people. People who can work as a nurse. People who can work as a teacher. People who can sweep the streets. You want to know why? Because I like a clean street. I think most of us do. Probably should be nice to those people. So that's my ask to you. Who are we making this affordable and sustainable for? And who are we making it accessible for? Most of you, I think, actually agree with me in principle, but we have to do the execution of that. If we give this away, capitalism wins. If we help the people, we all win. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Chuck Ream, live on Packard Street. I'm a candidate for City Council in the 3rd Ward on August 4th. Please vote no and fix your comprehensive plan. It will deface our town. The excess zeal of this comprehensive plan made me run for office. The basic concept is good, but now Ann Arbor is being run by and for developers and sold out. The city can never pretend that it authentically assessed what Ann Arbor citizens want. Instead, it got a group together to provide input and then told them, Ann Arbor is going to grow a lot. How should we do that? What a sham. City Council always knew the plan they wanted, and they have not let citizen input make any difference. They know the CLUP would fail if we could vote on it. There's no part of the CLUP that provides any benefit whatsoever for people who live in Ann Arbor now. Taxes will go up, costs will go up. This is an extractive plan which will harvest Ann Arbor and leave us both gentrified and degraded. My big concern is that the City Council ignored trees and is aware that their plan will result in a tree disaster. If tree protections do not evolve alongside densification, then the tree canopy will decline. Correct? Austin, I'm glad it was mentioned, provided no additional tree protection and lost a huge number of trees. Austin is a bad example. Denver and Seattle initially provided little additional tree protection, but immediately saw what happened to trees during redevelopment and stepped in to provide meaningful tree regulation, which creates serious mitigation requirements when trees are removed on private property. Seattle now fights the scrape the lot clean pattern by pairing redevelopment with tree removal caps. Portland and Minneapolis have minimum tree density requirements for residential lots or parking lots. Ann Arbor won't do any of this. City Council is planning new zoning rules also, which will kill more trees. With its disregard for the trees and the character of Ann Arbor, the CLUP does not represent the will of Ann Arbor voters. It prepares our land and our voters to be harvested for profit with no protection for current residents or trees. Let's grow Ann Arbor without cutting it down. We need independent voices on City Council. Vote, please, on August 4th for independent Democrats. In Ward 3, you could vote for me, but we need independent, critical voices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, council members. I'm Peter Hauk. Thank you for your efforts so far on the plan and on housing affordability, and thank you also to our planning commissioners. I'm hoping to live in Ann Arbor for the next 40 years, and I'm hoping to do it surrounded by aging parents and young adult children and their families. They will need viable housing options here in the city, or else they will be forced to go somewhere else. Single-family homes are likely not what they will need or be able to afford. Please approve the plan and act on it for more housing and more options for people like my family members. Go, go, go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Crockett. I live at 506 East Kingsley, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Ann Arbor Preservation Alliance, a newly formed organization now with 128 members committed to educating the public on the many benefits of historic preservation. To learn more, visit our website at aapaonline.com. My statement this evening is part of a longer statement emailed to all of you several days ago by Dan Rubenstein. The current version of the plan is seriously deficient in its treatment of historic preservation. This was pointed out to the Planning Commission numerous times, but only modest, largely cosmetic changes were made. Our two outstanding issues are, number one, historic districts should be in the residential land use category, not the transition category, consistent with their built environment. And number two, the plan is silent on bolstering preservation programs, outreach, and education, including for historically marginalized communities, about which Minneapolis's off-site plan speaks eloquently. The plan offers no guidance on conflicts between historic district guidelines and underlying zoning and does not explain the well-documented benefits that historic districts contribute to the plan's core values. Regarding land use categories and subsequent zoning in particular, not only do peer cities state that their intention to align both with historic district rules, but this is a best practice advanced and explained by the National Trust for Historic Preservation. The only reason proffered to place historic districts in the transition category has been essentially, well, historic districts may not be around forever, which is totally inconsistent with many of your supportive statements for historic districts. And judging from the enthusiasm we've received from the Ann Arbor community, we believe that historic districts will remain a fixture in Ann Arbor for a long time. Please keep in mind that only 2.4% of Ann Arbor's land use is devoted to historic districts, and historic districts are among the most densely populated neighborhoods that support downtown. Historic districts can accommodate more housing, infill with multiplexes, internal division, ADUs, replacement of non-contributing structures, etc., but should not be put in a land use category so inconsistent with their built environment. Progressivism shouldn't mean jettisoning our history. The plan should acknowledge the benefits of historic preservation for affordability, sustainability, equity, and dynamism, and plan for education and outreach, particularly amongst historically marginalized communities, such as the North 4th and North 5th neighborhood. We can simultaneously be leaders in historic preservation best practices and add much-needed housing. Please send the plan back to the Planning Commission to bring its treatment of historic districts and historic preservation up to the standards of peer cities and best practices, and to retain the residential designation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my fellow citizens, my name is Aaron J. Puno, and I graduated from Pioneer in 2023, and I'm now an LSA junior at the Cattle-Pistimiad at the University of Michigan. For 20 years, I have lived in this city. I've lived the lives of both a sheltered, aloof townie and a broke, agitated college student. Let me tell you something. These groups of people can get along. We can live together, and anybody who says otherwise is either lying or just, I don't even know what the alternative is to that. We are a city. Some people forget that. And I'm reminded of a quotation in the Ann Arbor News on how one resident felt that the growth of the university took away from the small town feel of Ann Arbor. That quotation was given sometime in the 1920s. So we've had this argument before. And I'm here to tell you that our housing problems were caused by the outworn principles of the past, such as this. The intransigence of the past must not be allowed to poison the future of so many thousands of Ann Arbor people desperate to call this great city home. We must build more homes. We must pass this plan tonight in this very moment. We must ensure that the underpaid AAPS teacher who's forced to live in a shack in Belleville can finally live within line of sight of the school where they teach our children and enrich our community. We must ensure that the immigrant mother who's working two jobs, pretty damn hard for the money, working 2 jobs can afford to keep a roof over their children's heads. We must ensure that the young person begging and pleading the powers that be in this state be given any sign from any level of government that this state, that this community cares about them and will fight for their interests. The last time I walked up to the dais wearing this windbreaker, I told the folks here about how my mother and father came to this great city looking to follow the American dream and could only afford a home in this great city on the backs of a 2008 housing recession. No wonder so many people my age feel that the only way they will ever achieve the American dream of a home is if the stock market goes up in flames tomorrow morning, which it very well might, very well might, or if the housing bubble bursts. Housing ownership is a dream. This dream must not be denied. And to the folks here who worry about trees, well, I worry about trees too, but let me tell you, some of these folks were opposing the cutting down of trees for the safety of our children when it comes to sidewalk expansion in our outer neighborhoods. Now, I'm not exactly a fan of dead trees, but fellas, I'd rather have some dead trees than some dead kids. If we really want to heal, the wounds of exclusion, of housing segregation, if we really want to be the shining city on a hill for all, the city that leads, cares, and inspires, then we better pass this plan tonight. Let's not dilly-dally around anymore. Let's pass this plan tonight. And I expect this council to do so, and then once this plan is passed, then let's go all around this city, all around this ribbon. Go Tigers, go Blue, and pass this thing right now. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't think I'll be able to follow that up, but good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Joe Zilka, and I live at 1920 Woodbury Drive, and I am also speaking, hopefully just as enthusiastically in support of the Comprehensive Land Use Plan. At its core, this conversation isn't abstract. It's about supply and demand. Berkadia is a subsidiary of Berkshire Hathaway, and every year they produce a multifamily housing report. In 2026, they reported that Ann Arbor's rental housing occupancy rate, yet again, was 96.5%. That occupancy rate has been there since 2015. It's no surprise then that when occupancy is that high, we'll see home prices surge. This plan acknowledges that reality and is the first step in fixing it. It's important to recognize where the plan calls for the vast majority of growth. Downtown, in transit-oriented development areas, and in major transit corridors like mine at Woodbury, where infrastructure and frequent public transit already exists, preventing harmful sprawl into surrounding farmlands, wetlands, and woodlands outside the city, and enabling car light or even car-free living, something that millennials like myself and Gen Z want. Turning to neighborhoods, planning commissions scaled back the comp plan from quadplexes to triplexes, and from 48 feet to 35-foot height limits, and historic districts will remain untouched. That was real compromise, showing that they valued the input of our longtime homeowners who do care very deeply about our great city, just as much as me. Crucially, the plan will also help build affordable housing. When voters passed the affordable housing tax millage in 2020, every new market rate development now contributes additional property tax revenue that flows directly into the city's affordable housing fund. Thus, we're not solely reliant on the invisible hand of the market. In Ann Arbor, market rate housing finances the construction and maintenance of affordable housing. That's commendable. And the comprehensive plan will accelerate this by allowing more market rate development of housing, retail, hotels, and more faster, which then funds affordable housing. Thus, in Ann Arbor, the great part about it is growth and affordability are not opposites. They're intertwined in Ann Arbor. And the comprehensive plan is the first step towards moving our great city towards a future that is more inclusive, more sustainable, and one that creates economic prosperity for everyone who wants to call the city home. I encourage you to move the comprehensive plan forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jonathan Levine, 456 Hilldale. I want to commend the planning staff and the council for the wonderful work they did on the plan. Especially, I want to commend the tireless volunteers of the Planning Commission, who are important and dedicated public servants for this community. I also urge you to pass the plan and to convey to the Planning Commission and staff that you expect timely action on rezoning, so that we can begin to see the fruits of everyone's labor in a built environment that's more sustainable, more equitable, more accessible, and safer than what we have today. I'd also like to speak to specific concerns I've heard about the residential zone, specifically the argument that newer housing forms should only be concentrated in the hub and transition areas, and single-family neighborhoods should be left alone. I think that citywide reform, including permitting small apartment buildings throughout our city, is imperative. 3 reasons I'd like to offer. The first is shared responsibility. If our city is going to change, and that's inevitable, it will change, it's simply not fair for me, as a resident of a single-family neighborhood, to insist that all of that change be borne by others while my neighborhood receives absolute protection. Fairness demands that we welcome change into all parts of our city. Second, fairness also demands that households for whom multifamily housing is the best option have the opportunity to live somewhere other than the busiest and the most heavily trafficked corridors. These areas will be right for some of these households, but they're not right for others. And we need to ensure that we're not impeding people's choice. Third, I want to address the concern that single-family areas will rapidly transform. Nothing in the experience of other cities suggests this. I've analyzed the reforms adopted in Portland, Oregon, reforms that go farther than what this plan contemplates. If we extend past trends forward, for 30 years, in the former single-family zone in Portland, Oregon, we get about 3.1% of the structures being what they call middle housing, which is anything from an ADU up to 4-plex, and with special affordability considerations, a 6-plex. I want to close personally. I'm a lucky homeowner in Ann Arbor who bought into the Ann Arbor market 34 years ago. My favorite aspect of this plan is the room that it makes for people who need a more diverse range of housing types than we currently offer. I look forward to meeting those new neighbors, and I know that I'm going to be just fine, no matter what. I hope you'll vote to adopt the plan tonight and ask for rapid rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Elizabeth Kurtz. I'm a resident of Ann Arbor, although many people in the community know me by my street name, which is Lit. I want to briefly share my own experience as someone who has spent over a decade navigating housing instability in this city. I would like to offer a brief commentary as you move forward to the adoption of this plan, and I have prepared remarks I'll be reading from. As I noted previously during the Planning Commission final vote, I do see this plan as a positive step forward. It reflects an understanding that infrastructure in a 21st century city must be designed to serve a broader range of residents and real-world circumstances. However, one area that still warrants more intentional policy attention is a question of daytime stabilization for individuals who have lost access to mainstream housing. In practice, many residents who are working, seeking employment, or attempting to maintain economic independence lack access during the day to the basic physical infrastructure that supports stability, such as hygiene facilities, safe rest space, safe secure storage, digital job access, and more. Land use planning shapes not only where buildings are constructed, but how opportunity is distributed. As implementation of this plan moves forward, I would encourage the council to consider zoning flexibility, adaptive reuse strategies, and and public-private partnerships that could support the development of workforce-oriented daytime stabilization facilities. These types of environments can help reduce longer-term system costs by supporting employment retention and faster transition back into independent housing. Thank you for your time and for your continued work on guiding the city's growth in a way that is both economically resilient and practically inclusive. And I should note that a truly 21st century city is one that designs its infrastructure to recognize and support residents experiencing housing instability, ensuring that robust pathways to daily stabilization are built into the physical fabric of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Council. First of all, thank you all for your hard work. I know it's a lot of long hours, probably, and pretty difficult. Also, thanks to everyone who's shared today. Before living in Ann Arbor, I've lived in two places. One of them is Palo Alto, California, and the other is Washington, D.C. In Palo Alto, people who opposed any form of new housing have been, in power politically on the city council for about as long as I can remember. I would encourage everyone to go look up the cost of a house in Palo Alto or an apartment. Palo Alto is somewhere that only very wealthy people can live. It's somewhere that I couldn't live. And I have a good job. I also lived in Washington, D.C., which is a great place to live. There's new housing going up all the time in Washington, D.C. And the price of apartments and condos has gone down in the last few years. Obviously, there's a lot of factors that go into that, but it is a place where people can really easily move and find somewhere to live. It's a place with a lot of diversity, really interesting people, a thriving culture, and it's, I think, a better model than Palo Alto for how you want to grow a place where people can live. So I really encourage you to go down that route. One other thing I'll say is I also really love trees. I actually work for an environmental nonprofit that's gone to court for decades to protect forests from unnecessary logging and just tons and tons of cases around protecting the environment. So I appreciate that. Another thing I'll say is DC has a lot of apartment buildings, and also every year millions of people come to DC just to see the trees, to see the cherry blossoms, to see the whole city like blow up with flowering trees all across the city. And that happens next to apartment buildings. And so I really respect the people who say this place is beautiful and I want it to remain beautiful. I totally understand that. But the question here isn't, is this perfect? Is this not going to have maybe a little bit harm here and there? The question is it the right direction to go or the wrong direction to go? So I encourage you to move in the right direction. And for those of you here and in the city who don't think it's the right direction, to understand that for a lot of young people, every single person I know wants this to go forward so we can have more neighbors. So thank you all.
Thank you.
Hello, I am Adam Juskevich, and I live in the 4th Ward. I grew up in Ann Arbor in the No Crow neighborhood north of the Crotch, and I'm very privileged to have owned my home in the West Stadium neighborhood for over a decade. I know change can be difficult. A number of the places I loved in the Ann Arbor of my childhood are gone now. But there are many new places, new people, and new things to do. The city of my childhood in the late 1900s was a quiet, sleepy place. Our city now is so much more exciting and dynamic. What I want from my city is a positive vision for the future, that the vibe of my city will continue to build, continue to change, and continue to grow in energy and excitement. That's the character of our city now, and I love it. It's a large part of why I stuck around. And it's what I love about my friends and neighbors for more neighbors. So much love for Ann Arbor and positive energy for the future. But in the past few years, after half a century of slow housing production due to exclusionary single-family zoning, parking mandates, draconian height and density limits, excessive lot size and setback requirements, unrelated adult limits, historic districts, and other regulations designed to preserve our city in amber, we're seeing that character slip away. Demand has caught up with supply, and we are at present deep in the doldrums of the resulting housing crisis. There simply are not enough homes to fill in the demand to live in the great place we have created. We can't let these mistakes of the past guide our future. We have two paths from here. If we continue on with the status quo, our future is stagnation, exclusion, and unaffordability as we let our city wither. Ann Arbor is quickly becoming a city only for those who can afford to tear down a starter home and replace it with a McMansion, gut remodel an historic duplex and convert it into a simplex, or keep a $4 million condo as a pied-à-terre. A city where children born here can no longer afford to stay, where divorced parents can't keep their kids in the same school district, where our workers live in the townships with all the deforestation and traffic that entails, when the elderly can't downsize, when they can no longer maintain their home, or where young college students who decide to make Ann Arbor their home after graduation, as my own parents did, can no longer hope to do so. Or we can start forward on a path of plenty of homes for everyone who works here, every child who grew up here, and every graduate who falls in love with our city. Plenty of opportunities to open a small business in your neighborhood, to grab a cup of coffee on your way to your bus stop, or to walk to a nice cafe to meet a friend. Plenty of neighbors, plenty of dogs, plenty of parks, and of course, plenty of trees. That's why I support this plan. It's pragmatic and well-considered policy that lets us move forward and begin to build a future that is equitable, sustainable, and affordable. While it represents a compromise, I know we will have ample opportunities over the next several decades to change course, and I hope I'll see many of you here in this same room over the next 40 or 50 years. I hope to look back on this moment from an Ann Arbor of 2050 that is as much improved over the Ann Arbor now as the Ann Arbor of now is over the Ann Arbor of my childhood. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eric Zecker. I live at 2435 Prairie in the 2nd Ward up on the northeast side of town. And I wanted to start off with a little bit about myself. I live up there. I've lived there for about 10 years now, so I'm not technically a townie yet. I hope to be one someday. But when we bought our house 10 years ago, we really stretched our budget. We're two people that both work full-time. We've got 2 kids, send our kids to public schools, and we make a good income. And we were barely able to afford a house 10 years ago. And I think you can guess if we could afford our house today. The answer is definitely not. I hear a lot of people talking about the people they'd like to welcome as neighbors, teachers, nurses, firefighters. I'm a nurse, and I can tell you that if we keep doing the things that we've been doing and keep the strictly single-family home zoning and don't build for new neighbors, you're not going to have new neighbors that look like me. You're not going to have middle-income people. You're only going to have the people who can afford to live in and rehab these houses that are becoming older and older. I saw a sign on my way down here today. It was one of those Bank of Ann Arbor signs. I don't know if you've seen them, but they're not that great. But it said, "I'm not getting any younger." And it was something like, "We can help you plan for the future." And I felt like that's Ann Arbor in a nutshell. Like, we are not getting any younger. We haven't changed. We haven't planned for the future. A lot of our zoning, we've kicked the can down the road decades now. We haven't really changed anything except for piecemeal, where we do these plan unit developments one by one. It's time we actually start planning for the future. So I really appreciate the work that's gone on, the planning commissioners that are all volunteers that have given up years, hours of their time with their families for just getting yelled at, basically. I really appreciate all the hard work that's gone into it. I appreciate your work. I appreciate the city staff work. It's not everything that I want. in a comprehensive land use plan. If I could wave a magic wand, I would put Paris-style developments in my neighborhood, but that's not in the cards, and that's what compromise is all about. We're not all going to get what we want. Some of us are going to be a little bit upset, and things aren't going to change quite as often as, quite as quickly as people like me want, and people like that oppose this plan fear. So keep doing what you're doing. Pass the plan tonight. Thank you for planning for the future. Sorry this falls on you, but this is where we are. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. My name is Claire Tobin. I live at 844 West Huron. I'm a 31-year-old Ann Arbor native working in publishing. I was raised on the Old West Side. I attended Eberwhite, Slauson, and Pioneer. My parents fell in love at U of M, where I'm also a third-generation graduate. My niece and nephew attend Ann Arbor Open, just up the street from me. All this to say, my family has built a beautiful life in this town over many decades. Its historic neighborhoods, natural spaces, and commitment to community and culture have shaped who I am, and I've always hoped to raise my own family here. I appreciate the goals behind the comprehensive land use plan. We absolutely need to address housing shortages, reduce long commutes, and plan responsibly for growth. I'm not opposed to density, and I'm not asking us to stay frozen in time. But as a current resident and renter, I do not see how this plan meaningfully helps people like me in the near future. When my lease expires in July, I will effectively be priced out of the small one-bedroom apartment I love and have lived in for 4 years. I work full-time in a professional field and still feel increasingly uncertain about whether I can afford to stay in the city where I grew up. People like me, and especially people who make even less than I do, are finding it harder and harder to imagine a future here. Many of us feel like we're watching the city we grew up in quickly turn into a place built for people much wealthier than the ones who already live here. When I read this plan, I see long-term aspirations, but I don't see nearly enough clarity about how current residents will be protected today. Without strong anti-displacement policies, renter protections, and real affordability commitments, increased density will intensify the pressures that are already pushing long-time residents out. The housing we are actually seeing built today is overwhelmingly luxury development, as we all know, that many of the people who live and work here cannot realistically afford. These projects are already having visible environmental impacts across the city, with mature trees cleared and natural areas disrupted to make way for new construction. Our mature tree canopy is critical climate infrastructure. It reduces heat, absorbs stormwater, and stores carbon. Once these trees are gone, it will take decades for that to happen again, and we do not have decades to spare. Ann Arbor's most beloved neighborhoods, places like Water Hill and the Old West Side, were built with a mix of homes, small businesses, and natural spaces that gave them character and livability. The development we're seeing today and the kind this plan will encourage will not recreate that fabric. I love this city dearly. And my concern is not about stopping change. It's about my growing fear that Ann Arbor is becoming a place people grow up loving but cannot afford to stay in or return to. I'm asking the city to please prioritize the people who already live here, protect the precious ecosystems that make Ann Arbor what it is, and make sure that the residents have a real voice in shaping the future of the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elena Barham and I live at 344 8th Street. I moved here in August for a job at U of M. I'm actually colleagues with Lisa Dish. Hi, it's nice to meet you. And I am finding myself in a really different position than my parents were when they moved to a comparable place in the Midwest, Madison, Wisconsin, 20 years ago. When they moved, maybe more, 25. When they moved there with two working parents, they were able to purchase a home, and me and my brothers were able to grow up in a home that, we owned. It provided us stability. We went to good schools. It put me on a great trajectory to come and work here, and I'm really, really thankful for that. Doing the graduate training that enabled me to get the job at U of M, I lived in New York and then worked in DC, and and I've never paid more in rent than I pay in Ann Arbor, which is totally ridiculous. So I am completely in support of this plan. I'm a political scientist, and so I think one thing that my professional training helps me understand is that like real kind of like meaningful policy leaves everybody feeling like they got screwed a little bit, right? And I think that we all need to be willing to accept that and move forward, putting ourselves on a better trajectory. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. Good evening, Council. My name is Yurka Hladis, and I live in the First Ward. I'd like to start with a little bit of history. In 1920, Ann Arbor had roughly 20,000 residents, and the university had a little over 10,000 students. Residential, commercial, and industrial uses all coexisted in a compact layout around the downtown core, with 2, 3, 4, yes, even 7-story buildings. There were electric streetcars and interurban rail going all the way to Jackson and downtown Detroit. Today, we have 6 times the population, but we are sprawled out over 10 times the land area. You might be wondering what kind of brilliant policies led to the construction of the historic buildings that even today form the most vibrant and enjoyable parts of our city. The answer is simple. Before 1923, this body did not meddle in architecture. In the ensuing decades, your predecessors kicked off the failed experiment of suburbia, making walkable neighborhoods illegal and ushering in a disastrous legacy of exclusionary zoning and car-centric development. This plan is a first step in the right direction, but accomplishes nothing on its own. It's already 5 years overdue. I believe it would be a real embarrassment to see us keep delaying real change until state-level action forces our hand, when in fact, we should be leading the way. The time to fix the mistakes of the past by repealing all of our regressive land use laws is now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Greg Matthews, Ward 4. Thanks for keeping the lights on to all the prior speakers, and thanks for listening, Council members, while I kind of had to rush here. But I made it because this is really important, and you all know that. It's important that we take steps to eliminate our exclusionary zoning. We have to stop keeping people away from the city with the invisible lines that are throughout our built environment. People on the brink, people who are just making it month to month, are leaving Ann Arbor, as the comprehensive plan appendices show. Younger people are not able to stay here. Our intransigence about the way that we've built our environment has increased the cost of living in our neighboring communities, so people are getting priced out of what used to be the more affordable places. So this is important, and I'm excited that it is going to move forward tonight. I may celebrate a little bit with an early St. Paddy's Day pint, perhaps, but I also want to recognize that the plan by itself is not going to change anything, really. We need to be ready to implement it, so I know my friends and Neighbors for More Neighbors are very much looking forward to implementation, moving forward with zoning, finding the areas where we can really see a lot of housing built in the near term to relieve the pressure that so many people in this room are feeling. I also want to acknowledge that those changes are not going to bring us the Ann Arbor of our dreams, the Ann Arbor where anybody of any income level or no income is able to stay here if this is where they belong, if this is where their family is, where their connections are. Zoning is the tool that the city has at its disposal to try to help with this, but it's not enough. It's not even close to enough. The first tiny step is let's stop banning stuff that people could use to live here. So we'll take that step and we're going to push for it and push and push. But we also need strong tenant protections, as somebody else said. We need strong social services, a strong safety net. We need to take care of everybody in this community. I'm sure you've seen the opportunity index that just came out. This county is segregated. The city is segregated. It's unacceptable. So, as Ms. Litt said earlier, we need these ideas like daytime stabilization centers. So I want to say, let's do this tonight. Let's celebrate. Let's get through zoning. Let's celebrate that. And let's keep supporting this community. Let's chip in for the social service agencies, the housing agencies that are out here providing people shelter and giving them decent lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mark Madonna. I live at 836 South Main Street, and I'm here to say two things. I support the passage of the comp plan, and I also support people muting their phones when they're in a large meeting like this. When I talk to people about living in Ann Arbor, most people, because I am an annoying Ann Arbor resident, most people think that it's very cool to live in Ann Arbor. And when they talk about why, they do not say it's cool because of an abundance of single-family homes. They do not say, boy, I love that it's really hard to build triplexes in neighborhoods that are the same size as the very large single-family homes. I have walked through a lot of these streets, as I'm sure many people have, and if you walk through neighborhoods, you will see there are already multiplex units by us. I personally live by a large apartment, or a semi-large apartment building. I live next to a duplex, and it's awesome. I wouldn't change anything about where I live. It means more dogs for my dog to bark at, and for me to say, no, they're nice. I'm so sorry for my dog barking at you. The greatness of Ann Arbor is not a finite resource. It will not go away, it will not diminish if we have more neighbors. It will diminish if we make this town too hard for people to live in. So I hope we can pass this plan, and then I hope we can start work to actually get the additional housing that is required. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tricia Hackney, The Crossings, Ward 1. This evening I come with a heavy heart. As a 40-year citizen of Ann Arbor, 40-year citizen of Ann Arbor, I think it's important to have people on council who represent the public. Unfortunately, city council members represent companies, not residents. Seniors got the vibe a long time ago, courtesy of the Club, that they are not valued because of their age. Will you please just leave so we can make billions of dollars is the message that came through loud and clear. Someone who cannot fairly represent all the public has no place in public service, period. The Club is all about the investors behind it, middle class be damned. They are not satisfied with major changes, they want it all. The biggest insult is the Club is billed as an affordable housing proponent. None of the new housing is co-ops, which is real affordable housing that people can actually own. The Club offers only rentals. That's a major problem. It strips the neighborhoods of existing affordable housing that people can actually own via zoning laws and replaces them with high-end apartments. The Club is strategically designed to create a very wealthy city. That's okay. Only if a middle class is allowed to stay, expand, and thrive. Council members need to represent all constituents, not just the top 20% and the young. The fact that this needs to be emphasized to a Democratic council is disturbing. You need to look at it from the perspective of somebody who already lives in affordable housing. And I know I'm a target. I know everybody else is. My twin sister lives on the other side of town. She's got the same problem. They're going door to door. They're harassing people. Sell your house. I mean, they're not doing this in Toomey Hills. They are targeting the low-hanging fruit, I've heard it referred to as. They're targeting people like me, people who already live in affordable housing, because that's where it's profitable to build. And as I hear people tonight, I don't think there's such a disagreement on what we want to do. It's how we want to do it. And I don't agree with the way the plan is going about it. Good night.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Claudius Vincenz, living on 545 South Fifth Avenue. And I was actually, initially when I heard about this comprehensive plan, very excited because I know Ann Arbor has a housing problem, as you state, as everybody else here states. And so I participated. I stuck my yellow sticky notes on the blackboards and watched the process. However, as the acronym changed from comprehensive plan to club, I realize it's a police club. It's a top-down. You don't listen to most of the citizens. And you, the Planning Commission, and it's always, we are not worth a single vote. It's pathetic. And certainly the plan that is you propose here will not solve any of the problems these young people suffer from. Any. It's free market, and free market builds expensive student luxury housing. That's what it'll bring, more of that. And that's not the only problem. So after you approve this comprehensive plan tonight, will you use it? Will you use it consistently? Will you use it always? No. The past is a clear indication that when it comes to decisions that change the whole neighborhood, you will not you will not stick to the current protocols and laws. You will make exemptions. You will vote for PUDs. You will vote for spot zoning that are in complete contradiction to the current laws on the books. And you may perhaps pat the neighbors who suffer from it on the back. But so what to do about this? It's serious. I'm at the end of my wits. Luckily, we are in an election year. So the only way to change this is we need a new cast of characters that actually listen to the citizens. And because this is a single-party town, it happens at the primaries. It happens this August. So I know you're not listening to me, but you are. Go and vote in August. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Greg Monroe. I live in Ward 5. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Having participated in this debate for the better part of a year, I remain concerned that the comprehensive plan has not garnered the broad community support called for in the July 25 council resolution. I've observed two perspectives. One that sees zoning and the current makeup of our city as an arbitrary limitation of housing production that creates barriers to entry. Another that sees existing building form and scale as creating a sense of place and quality of life that people have come to value living here. This plan fails to balance these two perspectives, which don't need to be in opposition. It also takes an extreme view of the former. While framed in laudable ideals, the debate has revealed over time the plan's starker philosophy, one that favors deregulation and market rate housing, endorsing luxury builds and the displacement that comes with them, in the idea that it will filter or trickle down to create affordability over time. One that prioritizes tax revenue, as evidenced by the Ann Arbor Economic Development Plan, which strangely appears in the comp plan's housing appendix next to academic articles that list a stronger tax base as one of 4 strategic priorities. Most concerning, the plan's approach that takes everything else, natural features, affordable set-asides, sustainability requirements, ground floor retail, community input, and subordinates it all to the convenience of development. A series of unanimous votes and approvals from this body in city planning, while it is entirely evident in the room and in comments that this issue has divided our community, do not reflect the deliberative collaboration a plan of this magnitude calls for. It's a familiar playbook. Vilify the other, use a morally compelling narrative to neutralize the opposition, and this plan is the result. Ann Arbor has had many small-scale housing forms for decades. They have remained the most affordable places to live. I know this because I grew up near them. We can and should build more throughout the city. The question is how. But this narrative that we are an exclusive single-family enclave is inconsistent with our reality, and what bothers me is that it's being used to target those same naturally occurring affordable areas for redevelopment with market rate housing that will displace residents who live there today. $600,000 condos and $2,300 a month studio apartments will not right the wrongs of history. And just because something feels more inclusive doesn't mean it actually is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jeremy Haley, Ypsi Township. If you think I'm looking at you funny, it's probably because I am. I'm having an issue with my right eye, and the 2 nerve conditions that I have received from a broken neck a couple decades ago, so it's not you, it's me. People talk about affordability on the comprehensive land use. I believe they're 2 different things. And for affordability for homes, it's big part of home prices is property taxes. And I've said it before, property taxes are a unrealized gain tax on homeowners. And that's being addressed in the Texas Supreme Court right now with the Dexter case. And with the comprehensive land use, I don't see it as being that comprehensive because, like another person said before, you left out some major players that do own land in Ann Arbor. And the one I'm going to speak of is U of M. Right now, through the state constitution, they have full exemption where they can buy anything and do anything they want without any local government's authority. And right now in the House, put forth by Ypsi Township Rep. Jimmy Wilson, is it 539697 or 559697? It's a set of those 2. One of those actually claws back the power of that exemption to University of Michigan, Michigan State, and Wayne State, where they would have to actually go to the local governments now and propose projects as such. So I suggest that you contact your local rep and have them support that, so you can all have, and the people can have some say what goes on in the city and pull back some of that power that's gone to U of M's head, because it's gotten way too big. And I got to ask you, Mayor, the leader of the city, at any point in the last 2.5 years, 3 years that this has been in progress, did you at any point call U of M and say, hey, we're putting this together? Just so you can hear nothing back, so you can come back and tell the people that you've tried on numerous occasions and you've heard nothing? Because I know the experience that the Ypsi Township trustees and supervisors have had with U of M and the center. You'd experience the same thing. They tell the news that they are open and everything, but in the end, they tell you nothing. I mean, at least you can come back to the people and say you tried.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. Kirk Westfall, 3505 Charter Place. In full disclosure, we bought our house used, so I guess that means we live in a trickle-down house. I just wanted to be clear about that. I urge your support for the comprehensive land use plan, and as has been mentioned, while some of us were discouraged with the direction that this body gave to the Planning Commission, I think many of us also appreciate that you have shown leadership and have had difficult conversations with constituents and neighbors because of that. In the event this passes, I urge you to pursue the next even more important task, which is zoning. The fact that this process has taken a long time does not make the next step any less urgent. In fact, it makes it more urgent. Please sustain your leadership and commit to getting the higher density rezonings completed with the speed they deserve. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I am Stacy Haar. I live in Ward 3 on Crestland Drive. And I just want to thank you all for being here and for the work you're doing, and everyone behind me as well. I think we're all here because we love Ann Arbor, right? I mean, that's why you're here, that's why we're here. Which is why it's really, really important that we're 100% sure that this comprehensive plan is the right thing. As you know, there have been numerous and diverse concerns about this plan. These concerns have been abundant for well over a year now, and they come from all across the city, including highly educated and experienced people. The concern So let me back up, sorry. There's a great deal of conflicting data regarding the plan and regarding whether or not the plan as written is going to meet especially the affordability goal. Even our city planner admitted to me at a library meeting that decreasing the housing prices is really not likely to happen. It's more that we sort of hope to slow the increase in growth, hope to flatten the curve a little bit instead of it having a steep rise. I ask you, are you really 100% sure that approving this plan is the right thing? Are you sure, 100% sure, that all the data out there has been objectively reviewed, not just the data that you might want to see? Are you 100% sure that this plan is going to promote a diverse variety of affordable housing and home ownership for both families and individuals? Are you 100% sure that the sustainability goals are going to be met? Are you 100% sure that this plan is not for the benefit of the developers and investors more than the residents and voters of Ann Arbor? Are you 100% sure that we are going to get triplexes and duplexes and not just oversized towers and buildings in our neighborhoods? Are you 100% sure that this plan is not going to promote gentrification? And are you 100% sure that the young people who want to realize their affordable housing goal in Ann Arbor will actually still be young when that happens? If that happens. Are you 100% sure that all of us here that are voicing a desire to sort of slow down, we're not against diversity, or we're not against density, we're not against affordability, we're not against our neighborhoods changing. We want it to be done in a smart and collaborative way. And are you 100% sure that all the voices of opposition don't know what they're talking about? Thank you. Sorry.
Hi. Okay. My name is Hannah Stanton-Gokul. I live in Ward 2. I live in a graduate student co-op house that has affordable housing for everyone who lives there, and I would love to move out because I have since graduated, but it is very challenging for me financially right now in this moment to move out and open up that space for a graduate student who could move in and benefit from having access to that affordable housing. So supply and demand is a big part of this conversation. There was a really interesting presentation by Christina, I think, Whittemore at the County Commission meeting recently, and which I've been watching in my free time now because that's my new thing. And she was talking about how in Washtenaw County as a whole, there is about a 1.3% vacancy rate, and a healthy market has between 5 and 7% vacancy rate. So we're really cramped. We need more housing. We need more space for people to have flexibility in where they live. Additionally, I just wanted to share my mom and dad are trying really hard to move to Ann Arbor, to Dexter. I want them to live here. I would love for sorry, God, that's embarrassing. I'd love for my parents to live closer. They live in Southern Ohio right now, and they are just priced out. They can't make it work. They are putting in bids on houses that they see within 24 hours and being the fifth offer and not being able to get it because they're just under financially what they can really offer for the house. And that is really disappointing because their kids want them here and their grandkids want them here. So please move forward with the comprehensive plan, approve it, and then move forward with the zoning. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much for your tolerance and patience for hearing all of us. My name is John Godfrey. I live in Ward 3, and I come to you with a little bit of disarray, not sure exactly what I want to say, but I want to begin certainly by acknowledging and thanking the hundreds and hundreds of Ann Arbor residents who have gathered together over the past year and a half for self-education, for debate and discussion, for uncertainty, and I think it's been a profoundly important episode of grassroots democracy, the practice of what democracy should be at its very finest. And I'm proud of everyone who's taken part, whichever view has been represented. I also want to say that each night I think of my children who are so close to many of the voices that have been represented here, who have stood up and come to you and say, we need a place to live. There is nothing more dangerous to our democracy as a country than the income inequality, which has been structured by politicians and special interests who have changed our tax code over the many years and who have impoverished the generation that comes behind us. It is deeply and profoundly concerning. I would say there's probably no other single issue that is more important to the future of our democracy. And we have seen and we've heard from people who are suffering from that inequality now. A word of caution: private equity and the free market is not sentimental. It will not allow you to build your way out of the problems that we have before us. There is not a single person I have met who has not agreed that Ann Arbor needs to change, adapt, and grow for the future. But there is solid conviction that we have a top-down plan that has not been built with the strength it needs, with the participation of everyone, with spaces to be actually listened to, to have engaged in actual conversation, so we can listen to each other's thoughts, concerns, worries, self-interests, and figure out how to hammer out a compromise. Jürgen Habermas, the great German philosopher, died several days ago. He had an undying faith in the ability of democracy to reconstruct itself through active grassroots civic participation. I share his view. I don't encourage you to take anything tonight, to take any view. It's going to be up to you to decide how you're going to vote. But I'm here simply to share with you my deeply held convictions that who we are as a country, as a democracy, depends as much as what happens here in our local level, where we live, and the experience that we have as residents of this city as what happens in Washington, D.C. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My name is Richard Dokas. I live at 1243 Marlboro. Interesting. Actually, that's my one of the main things that I've been perplexed about is the democracy as it pertains to our city government. In a city as large as ours, it would be impossible to conduct a council meeting with all of us voting. So what we do is we elect ward council representatives to be our voice, not to make decisions that they think is best for us or what they might call the greater good. You are our voice, not your own. Your job is to inform us, to be our representatives. You must seek our thoughts on issues and inform us at the start of what matters and what will affect us. That clearly hasn't happened here. Not only have we not been included from the start of the club, but now that we know about it, you haven't listened to us or even sought out our thoughts. I'm not just talking about my own ward representatives, but after talking to people in other wards, you've all failed in that responsibility. Now tonight, you're hearing again voices telling you that they don't agree with your big, beautiful plan. But instead of deliberating, actually, it'll be interesting to see how much deliberation takes place just before the vote. Because as I've sat here and watched this council operate, almost all your votes are unanimous. That doesn't happen in a democracy. There's a variety of views, but I don't see any of that. You guys vote in unison on almost every single issue. That is not right. There's something really dramatically wrong with that kind of unanimity. I mean, that doesn't work. That doesn't happen. It does in some societies, like, well, China, Soviet Union. We deserve so much better, and you're not providing it.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Marilyn Iron. I live on Brockman Boulevard. You council members here, along with the Planning Commission and the Planning Department, have been hearing comments from hundreds of residents and 4,000 petition signers that this plan lacks the clear and specific language and strategies needed for measured, realistic, healthy growth and development. I won't repeat here all the problems and shortcomings and misrepresentations and omissions that have been repeatedly pointed out. But before you deliberate, I want to make sure you know about this one serious omission that seems to underlie the whole plan. The plan doesn't identify any actual goal or target or clear justification for the density it means to create or the population increase it aims to allow. Early drafts and comments from staff and planning projected increasing the population by around 90,000 in the next 25 years, and adding 47,000 new units in that time. Just on June 10th of this year, MLive cited an official as saying 30,000 to 97,000 new units are possible based on possible units per acre. The plan, however, is silent on these projections and goals. Nonetheless, it has broad-brushed every lot in the city with a denser zoning category. The plan is drafted to allow that possibility. But does Ann Arbor need a market rate plan like this? How many people realistically might move to Ann Arbor? Well, if Ann Arbor only added 9,000 residents in the past 20 years, according to census data, what makes you think the city will attract 10 times that number in the next 25? What's going to be the engine that creates that kind of increase? Here's a fact that is actually in the plan. SEMCOG projects an increase of 12,875 people over those 25 coming years. That's 515 people a year. So why do we need a plan that will allow this level of upzoning? Something's not mathing in this plan, which seems to be based on unrealistic assumptions offered in order to justify a high degree of density wanted in order to increase the task space. To be successful, to stand up to time and achieve its purposes and goals, a land use plan needs to provide an accurate, trusted foundation to rest upon. I look forward to hearing your deliberations.
Thank you.
Hello, Peter Eckstein. Today we still have many real neighborhoods in this town, and many of us who live in them don't welcome their total disruption through this plan. We have longtime neighbors who help other neighbors. We don't want the noise and congestion of fraternity annexes, Airbnbs, pot dispensaries, or saloons. We also don't want buildings that deprive our yards and trees of needed sunshine. I don't see any protection against these things in the plan. We don't want the noise and disruption of tearing down existing homes and building new structures. We can be driven nuts by the wall-penetrating beep, 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 beep of the vehicles. Under existing law, it can start as early as 7 a.m. I kid you not. Also, they will add to the city's carbon footprint. Please reject the foolish canard that I haven't heard tonight, fortunately, that single-family zoning must be overturned because it is historically rooted in racism. We have had open housing laws in Ann Arbor and the U.S. for many, many decades, with few, if any, recent violations. As Ken Burns reminds us, many of the patriots in our revolution were motivated by fears that the British would abolish slavery or would continue to restrict the theft of native lands. That sorry history is not a legitimate reason for us today to rejoin the British Empire. Nor should a long-ago history of racism be used as an excuse for abolishing single-family zoning. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Claire Colivar. I live in the 5th Ward on Hutchins Avenue in the Old West Side. Wasn't really planning on speaking tonight. I do come, I've lived in Ann Arbor for almost 35 years, and we do live in a very tight-knit community. I represent the speakers tonight that have been speaking on the idea that the plan hasn't really incorporated every resident of the city. So I would ask you actually to pause the plan to give more opportunity for every resident to be included. For Ward 5, I can tell you that I still come across neighbors that have no clue that this is even on the table. Had there been a Ward 5 town hall or listening session, I'm sure a lot of people would have shown up. When I received a mailer after I heard about it through a U of M colleague, then I was doing my own research and received a mailer, and I thought, great, maybe the city is finally sending something out about the comprehensive land use plan. And when I opened it up, it appeared more like a political mailer. I had to carefully, line by line, search for anything to tell me or any resident that this was under discussion. The train, truthfully, at that point was already well down the track, and there were 3 minimal lines in this mailer having to do with the comprehensive land use plan. So I don't think it's ready yet for you to vote. I actually am more of the camp that believes that I don't really want to give you that power over our city. We have elected you. I voted for my 5th Ward reps. I voted for Mayor Taylor. But I didn't think that it was going to be giving you that much power over a plan like this that is so far-reaching and impactful for the city of Ann Arbor for years to come. I would actually be very inclined to, appreciate that this kind of plan should go to the residents, to every resident who can vote on this plan, not the city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Ann Bannister, former city council member, Ward 1. I live at 612 North Main Street. And I'm here to urge you to pause the plan and send it back to City Council, to the Planning Commission, City Planning Commission, for many things, but mainly also to include the tree protections that the Office of Sustainability and Innovations had suggested be included, but were rejected. The fix is in tonight, and I'm sure that this machine or council will give another of your unanimous approvals. And so I'm just mainly here to add my voice on the record that I support all the Pause the Plan speakers tonight, and I'm so proud and inspired by the rock stars that we've seen come join this movement out of the woodwork, out of their living rooms to speak truth to power to this body. While we'll likely be unsuccessful tonight, a sea change in Ann Arbor has been ignited. And here for the August 4 election, we have candidates in all 5 wards, including the office of the mayor. This body has repeated the classic moral lesson of not listening to the people that you're representing. As one of the other speakers said, you're supposed to be our voice, not this top-down, tell us what you're going to do to us. And like so many of our peer cities, Ann Arbor residents want balance, sensible growth and density, while simultaneously being responsible stewards of our trees and natural features for future generations. So Lastly, to all the public commenters tonight who support the comprehensive plan, I am sorry that you have drunk the Kool-Aid and bought these promises that somehow supply and demand and trickle down is going to give you all affordability, sustainability, and equity. And I urge you to, between now and August 4, to meet the candidates in the other wards, including Yusuf Rabi, who has stepped forward to run for mayor, and join us in gaining diversity of thought on our city council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, it's Ellie again. I don't currently live in Ann Arbor, but I intend to move back soon. And when I did live in Ann Arbor, I did so for my very first election, which was in 2022. In that election, I voted for Mayor Taylor, and I voted for Cynthia Harrison, and I knew exactly what I wanted to get, which was more housing density. I wanted something like this to happen, and that's what's happened. It's not democratic to vote for someone and then for them to not represent what they were running on and what you voted for because some other people in the community, who didn't win the election have a different view, even if they show up to public comment. What's democratic is the people you vote for are open about their platform, are honest about their platform, which I believe council broadly has been. I knew who was the pro-housing side in that election. I think pretty much everyone did. And I want to see them support more housing, which it appears, seems likely council's going to do tonight, which I'm very glad to see. And I disagree with the concept that the comprehensive land use plan itself should have been put to a vote. The past city council elections were a vote. Every pro-housing candidate won in 2020. Every pro-housing candidate won in 2022. And the anti-housing people didn't even run any candidates in 2024 because they knew they wouldn't win. Of course there's unanimity on council. That's who the people have voted for. Secondly, I'd like to address some other concerns. Look, I get that, this won't solve everything. I said that in my earlier comment, too. But this solves a lot. And I agree that council, the person who said, I don't want council to have all the power over this, yeah, I don't want the council to be micromanaging what people can and can't build on their properties. That's the whole point of this plan, is to take things out of council's hands and to put them back in the hands of the people. The people. That's what we want, right? We want the people to be able to build housing. Yeah, some of those people are developers. Some of those people have money. But people who have money can already tear down a house and replace it with this giant McMansion that's allowed under their current zoning. If that's the only option, that's way worse than allowing people to put up a duplex or a triplex or even, God forbid, an apartment. I lived in an apartment on the Old West Side. It was a very valuable source of affordable housing for my mom after my parents got divorced when she needed to find somewhere to live. Maybe that, disrupted the character of the neighborhood somewhat, but I was very grateful for that. And I sure hope that more housing like that can be built now instead of everything that exists now being built prior to 1970. That apartment was great, but it wasn't amazing. There were plenty of issues that stem from it being an old building. So, also heard a concern about not supporting co-ops. Look, this is about the form factor and who's allowed to live in housing. It's not about how the housing is financed or owned. This plan will enable the development of more co-ops too. Currently, how can you build a single-family home co-op? That's not a co-op, that's just a family. So, in conclusion, please pass this plan. Thank you for everything you've done. Thank you for upholding the promises you made to voters.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Annika Moran. I'm 25. I was raised in Ann Arbor, and I graduated from U of M in 2023 with a degree in environment. And from that information, you can probably guess that I do not work in very high-paying environments. From my time working at Zingerman's Deli and Catering, and also in the natural area preservation nonprofit space, every place that I have worked, I have been one of the only people there who actually live in the city. And I don't think that my coworkers weren't living in the city because they loved getting stuck in traffic on 94 every morning and evening so that they could commute to work from somewhere half an hour away. The vast majority of them wanted to live to rent or own, either one, in Ann Arbor, but just couldn't justify the cost with the limited income they had. And the only reason I still live in Ann Arbor is because I live with my parents. If not for that, I would have to leave, and I would either become another commuter clogging traffic at 994 or Stadium, or I would simply stop being a part of this community. I have heard here today a lot about the character of Ann Arbor and about the natural environment. I think a lot of the people here saying this are thinking of local businesses like Zingerman's and other businesses when they talk about the character of the city. But we don't currently have the supply of housing for the people who make your sandwiches at Zingerman's and help preserve natural areas in our community by working at nonprofits here. We don't have the supply of housing for those people to live here affordably. And I don't think that's acceptable. I think that those people who I have worked with, who provide the services that we love about Ann Arbor, I think that they belong here in Ann Arbor, and they deserve to live here, not just work here and commute in. Obviously, this plan is not the finish line. I don't expect it to solve all these problems, or even any of these problems, without a lot more work that will come when we start actually implementing the policies and the zoning once we pass the plan. But this plan will finally lay down the starting line. Better late than never.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Alex Lowe, and I'm back again with my friend the NIMBY. We both plan on living in Ann Arbor for at least another 50 years, and we're each disappointed with this comprehensive plan for our own reasons. While I call it the comp plan, Mr. NIMBY calls it the club, because he's nasty. While I believe there should be a 3-floor height minimum downtown, Mr. NIMBY believes that Fleetwood Diner is already too tall for the neighborhood character. While I believe that limiting residential districts to 3 units and 3 floors is a poison pill that will fundamentally harm the city, Mr. NIMBY believes that anything more dense than a single unit per square mile is Manhattanization. While I believe that we should have passed the comp plan back in the spring of 2025, according to the original schedule, Mr. NIMBY believes we need another decade or 2 of pause. While I believe that trees are part of an ecosystem and that old-growth forests are incredibly important, Mr. NIMBY has calculated that each tree within city limits is worth 273 township trees. While I believe that we are a part of history, Mr. NIMBY believes that history ended in 1991 and everything beyond that is an abomination. While I'm excited to welcome more people to our city, Mr. NIMBY thinks they should go and live in Ypsilanti or Whitmore Lake or somewhere. While I want more places like Pittsfield Village, Colonial Square Co-op, Pine Valley, and Ashley Mews, Mr. NIMBY believes that the whole city should be immediately rezoned to R1A. But not for racist reasons, of course. And while I believe that to accurately represent its historic state, the Old Fourth Ward Historic District should be mixed use, as it historically was, Mr. NIMBY says that anything before the zoning reform in the 1970s doesn't count. While I believe that, while I live in a home that was built by a for-profit developer back in 1945, Mr. NIMBY constructed his own home by secreting wax from his abdomen in adorable little hexagons. And while Mr. NIMBY likes saloons, I personally prefer pinball. And Mr. NIMBY likes Kool-Aid, but I prefer orange juice. And while I've generated my opinion by listening to experts, reading research, and asking what actually creates the type of city I'd like to live in, Mr. NIMBY wants more lanes on Granger and cries every time we so heartlessly replace a square foot of lawn with evil sidewalks. While I believe that my home should be legal to build anywhere in the city, Mr. NIMBY believes that nobody wants to live in my home. Despite all that, though, Mr. NIMBY and I agree on this plan, compromise as it is.
Thank you.
I guess that's low. Hi, I'm Donna Babcock. I live in Ward 1, and I'm here to speak about my street tonight, Upland Drive. But before I do, I want to say something. We're talking about serious issues. This is truly serious. These are profoundly important to everyone. And I really am insulted to have to follow speakers who use theatrics and silly nonsense. It's an insult. It's an insult to people who take these issues seriously. So I'm going to do my best. I'm very upset. At any rate.
Somebody please think of the children.
Hey. Sir.
So I'm not sure.
Please. Ma'am, you'll have your time.
Thank you. Municipal governments traditionally works in the public interest and directly in the interest of public health, basic infrastructure, water supply, and issues related to the common public, and governance committed to the well-being of a specific population concentrated in a defined area. Our current municipal regime is disingenuous. Without oppositional voices, the body politic devolves. I first want to mention, I wasn't going to mention this before, but since Lisa Deesh is my Ward 1 rep, someone expressed the opinion that they voted for you because you were going to make a lot of changes. I only can say that you had a bad start. You flamed out in your first meeting spectacularly when you made the comment about we need to hurry up and be sneaky before they realize what we're doing. This hasn't aged well. There's a comment. It was prophetic, actually. So now I'd like to speak about my neighborhood. And my neighborhood is a little street, Upland Drive. It's unpaved. It was annexed in from the township a few decades ago. And it is in the condition, almost completely, the way it was when it was annexed in from the Ann Arbor Township. It's unpaved. It has no sidewalks, has no street lights. It's very rural, very narrow little road. It dead ends into Leslie Park Woods. The only infrastructure that's been added, and half of the people objected, we still have our wells and our septic systems in the ground, but the city gave us water and sewer. Other than that, our tax dollars, they really don't do much, and that's fine. We like it like that. It's a very quiet street. My neighborhood association became concerned when they knew that we were being zoned transitional. We've always been residential. So one of my neighbors wrote to you. They are surgical nurses at U of M. And I will read your letter and without their names. Dear Mr. and Mrs., thank you for your sharing your concerns about Ann Arbor's comprehensive land use plan. I'm sorry, I need a knee replacement here. Your perspective as long-term residents is important, and I want to address several important misconceptions to ensure you have accurate information. The comprehensive land use plan is not being developed by a secret, unelected council. The plan is being created by Ann Arbor's Planning Commission, appointed by the mayor and confirmed by City Council, and extensive input and all of that. And then you say, the comprehensive land use plan is a policy document, not law. It does not rezone property or change existing zoning regulations. Any actual zoning changes require addition and separate processes. And you go on and on. It'll say about 20 to 25 years to have this activated. And then you talk about no 40-story buildings on Plymouth Road, and this is a significant, sorry. Anyways, we're still a hub.
Thank you.
I'm Vicki Blaney, and I live downtown. And I live in what many people would consider to be a very privileged apartment. I am very worried that with the increase in the infrastructure in the hub zone that is being put at the core of this proposal, that there's also a proposal to increase the amount of temporary rental, like VRBO, to up to 40% in some areas. Well, when I heard that, I heard enough. It means that not an emphasis on affordable housing, but an emphasis on building large infrastructure close to stadium zones that will allow for VRBOs and profitability for the owners of those structures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Julie Ritter, Old Fourth Ward, First Ward. Everywhere, we see the consolidation of wealth and power into a smaller group of people. Even in Ann Arbor, where Jocelyn Benson's husband bullied the city of Saline into acquiescing to the unwanted data center, and from which he made $70 million. A center for Oracle of all companies, which along with Palantir controls our data, information, surveillance, and other forces, destroying our democracy. I've talked with ex-council people who've complained about the unimaginable wealth swirling around Ann Arbor City Council and influencing its decisions. With the influence of this wealth has come a change in the kind of representation we enjoy. A change from delegate representation, where the representatives act in accordance to wishes of the constituents, to trustee representation, where they use their judgment to make decisions for the public in spite of objections. We now have trustee representation, and the public good being promoted is not the good of current Ann Arbor residents. It is the public is composed of people who do not live here now, who will never live here, and corporations, all with big paychecks. This change started in 2016 when Howard Lazarus arrived and told City Council to ignore constituent services, that they are a waste of time. And since then, City administration has embraced this ideology wholeheartedly.
Ma'am, can you engage the plan more directly?
Pardon?
Can you engage the plan more directly?
This is a public hearing.
I am getting to the plan.
You're getting, fair enough, that's all. That's all.
Coming, the next paragraph.
Thank you very much.
Since then, the city administration has embraced this ideology wholeheartedly, and constituents have been slowly barred from more and more avenues of comment, influence, and involvement. Citizens have fewer places to make their voices heard, and the places that remain are at the end of any process, where the outcome has already been shaped. And this comprehensive plan is an excellent example of that. The decisions and votes leading up to this plan have ignored the input of thousands of current citizens. What could have been inclusive outreach with notifications in water or tax bills was reduced to outreach through newsletters you had to know about in advance, or maybe a notification in MLive and other limited forms. The city created a website, but there was no concerted effort to publicize that portal. All carefully designed to give the impression of citizen input, but actually a limitation. Members of City Council, Planning Commission, and the Planning Department have admitted in public that the current plan will not attain its stated goals of affordability, sustainability, equity, and dynamicism, but they don't care, because the plan is all about raising money for the city by blanket upzoning, which immediately makes every parcel of property more expensive to the next buyers and brings increased taxes. The cynical machinations, disingenuousness, and the massive marketing program that the city has mounted to convince uninformed citizens this plan is in their best interest is an example of how money in politics corrupts the process. Thomas Jefferson said, "A government that stops serving the people who authorize it loses its legitimacy," and that is Ann Arbor today. And I'm sorry we're not dying fast enough for you, Lisa.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lisa Jevons. I'm at 1054 Martin Place. As I prepared to write my public comment on the plan yet again, I kept getting sidetracked by the news. The Gelman plume. The mayor strongly opposed federal intervention in 2020, favoring expensive lawsuits instead. Now, his campaign is taking credit for a federal cleanup. Go figure. Around the same time, I remember him vetoing a nonpartisan city council measure, which would have allowed us to elect you all in November instead of August when nobody's home. And then in 2024, right when the plan was beginning, the political machine doubled down, fighting citizen-led democracy reform. Wow. I saved my Trump-themed postcard as a memento. Today I drove by the Southtown block on State Street. The lower-cost housing and trees have been torn down. There it sits empty in the aftermath of the Heidi Posher scandal and the 4M bankruptcy. How will the plan impact something like this? Speaking of empty, what about those vacant $1,700 a month affordable units in the Legacy, where our fire department is busy dealing with carbon monoxide and detectors and failures? How will the plan impact something like this? Affordable housing that remains unfilled. How will the plan impact DDA expansion?
How does that work together with an unelected body that wants even more tax dollars so it can hire a garbage team to pick up litter everywhere, according to the Michigan Daily? At least we have $500,000 porta potties downtown now. Oh, I almost forgot about the Sports Illustrated scam on the Klein lot. That was supposed to be affordable housing. Oh, wait, you sold that. I guess you got too busy working on that $300 million deal with a private developer to fund parking garages that the city doesn't even want in the first place. Parking garages are not in the plan. And did anybody manage to make it to this meeting tonight without falling into a giant pothole or losing a tire? With all of this on my mind, I just couldn't focus on the mass gentrification plan that's in front of you now, or the fact that you're already spot zoning before it's even passed, or that not one of you bothered to notify households in your ward about the plan when it began, nor explain the speculative risks to neighborhoods when they were revealed. You all assured us that change would come slowly and zoning would take years. But the powers that be want things rewritten quickly and rushed through. Will you allow it? Many people are fed up with your stewardship of our resources, your guardianship of our city, and your disdain for current residents. We are ready to turn the page on this council and this plan.
Thank you.
Good evening, or rather night, Council. I've come up to speak to you many times before. I'm just a girl standing in front of her elected officials, asking them to do their jobs, to do what they were elected to do what all of you campaigned on doing, and what you have been trying to do along with other aspects of the government for not just months, but for years, in the face of personal attacks, conspiracy theories, things that are baffling. It is really difficult for me as someone who is lucky enough, privileged enough, because of when I bought my house, I have a 2.9% mortgage rate, the only reason I have the house I have now, and because my parents were able to help me with the down payment. I work at U of M. I have friends, couples who both work at U of M, who since then, as mortgage rates have gone up and the housing market has gotten even more expensive, struggle to buy homes here. It is not just the lowest income people who struggle to live here. It is people who you think should be able to live here. This plan is not perfect. It doesn't do everything. There are lots of things that still need to be done. We need more and better renter protections. We need more and better subsidy both at the federal, state, and local level. We need, for example, things that have been suggested like easily actionable plans for ADUs that people can add to their own properties without having to pay for the design work themselves. Right? We need to streamline proposals so that groups like the Ann Arbor Land Trust don't have to come before various bodies multiple times because they misunderstand or our rules are too complicated for career architects to parse. That doesn't mean that we don't do anything. It certainly doesn't mean that we don't move forward with the plan because we might gentrify Burns Park, because it might, anachronisms and inaccuracies be damned, blockbust that area. This is a great city. I like living here. Days like this are days sitting in a room like this when I wonder if this is a place where myself, my friends, my loved ones are welcome. When I first moved to Ann Arbor, I lived in an apartment. It was a cute apartment. It was by the mall. It was by the highway. It was dog friendly. I could have my dog there. I now live in a home. I live in a single family home, a small ranch, because it was cheaper than condos that I looked at, most of which were closer to downtown. I don't need a yard. My dog likes having a yard, but I don't need one. I don't want one necessarily. And there are people who want other things, who want huge yards to garden, who want no outdoor space at all, who need to live somewhere with either grade level entries or elevators. And we need to supply types of housing for all of them. Not moving forward with this plan doesn't do that. It holds everyone back, whether or not they like the club, if you're nasty. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Good evening. The thinly veiled ageism on display tonight and throughout this process by way of straw man words and phrases like frozen in amber, or fear, or exclusive, or out-and-out name-calling don't bode well for those who want actual diversity in Ann Arbor and are as ugly as racism. No plan's going to be perfect, and I don't think the idea that this plan is not perfect is a reason not to support it. But I think the gaping holes people have identified tonight is a reason to send it back for further review and for reworking. Ones people have mentioned, the historic district protections versus zoning, tree canopy protections, which cut to the core of what makes this a nice city. And the one that it seems to me to be the unheard voice in the room, how much water can the Huron River produce before we exhaust it? How many more people can it support? And when we've exhausted that, what are the options for growing? Well, the obvious one is to connect to the Detroit water system in Ypsilanti. How much will that cost? How much will the taxes to pay for that cost? And what will that do to affordability? If we have affordability now and we have to raise the taxes to pay for I've read estimates of $2 billion to connect to Ypsilanti, what's that going to do to the ability of middle-income people to live here? The plan should be sort of like the tip of an iceberg. It should sit on top of a large amount of community discussion and a large amount of forethought for what happens. I would love to hear things like, how exactly will $1,500 apartments make Ann Arbor affordable? How will $1,500 apartments address the impact of racial covenants that were declared unenforceable in 1948? The case is Shelley versus Kramer. The impact of the university's choices. Why is it up to the city to absorb the university's decisions? They have plenty of land. Maybe they should go back to the model of housing their own students instead of simply assuming that we can empty out the city of residents to hold them. So in short, the plan is not going to be perfect. There won't ever be a perfect plan, but the gaping holes in this one, I think, call for its reconsideration with perhaps a list of topics from this council. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in House who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Good evening again, Tom Stolberg. I come to you as a professional in the real estate business who spent the last 30-plus years creating and providing affordable and workforce housing in gentle density. I moved here in 1994, bought a triplex with two friends. I moved from there to duplex zoning, and we started a business part-time and then full-time, primarily having duplexes as rentals. So I believe in gentle density. I do think it can work. I've also been a buyer's broker and helped others get started, first-time ownership with duplexes. I think there's ways that we can make this happen, that true gentle density can be a good thing and would be embraced by a lot of people in this town. My issues with the comprehensive plan start with, it won't work. This is a plan for gentrification. This plan makes affordability worse, not better. Supply and demand does work. In real estate, you measure supply and demand within market segments. This plan is going to lead to building a lot more expensive housing and not much in terms of moderate priced housing. But it will demolish, it will lead to the demolition and replacement of a lot of moderate priced homes. We're going to reduce the supply in the market segment that we want to be putting more homes in, that people want, who are trying to afford to live here now and can't. That's the market segment we need to be building for, and this plan is not going to lead to that, and it's going to lead to the reduction in the number of homes, apartment buildings and single-family homes and duplexes that will be torn down to be replaced with more expensive housing. That reduction in supply leads to an acceleration of the prices in those market segments. So many people who spoke tonight in favor of the plan will be very disappointed when they will find that they will not be able to afford anything that this plan will produce for them. The other thing I don't like about this plan is it is genuinely not the community's vision for the future of Ann Arbor, which a comprehensive land use plan very specifically should be. Over 80% of the people are not in favor of this. You wouldn't see it by the balance tonight here at this meeting, but the Planning Commission meetings and the written submissions to the Planning Commission make it very clear this is not the vision of Ann Arbor for its future. You, as our elected representatives, need to give us a plan that is the vision of the majority of the people of Ann Arbor, not a small minority. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm afraid we can, one can only speak once at a public hearing.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, good.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for your work with the Planning Commission over the years to bring this plan forward. My name is Brian Chambers, a Third Ward resident who has participated in Ann Arbor's housing and land use discussions for several years. In 2019, I served on the city's contractor selection committee for the comprehensive plan when the city first unanimously selected Interface through that committee. My work has since included several published working papers on housing affordability, zoning reform, and Ann Arbor's role in the knowledge economy, all inspired when my children told me that, hey, Dad, I'm not going to live in Ann Arbor, can't afford it. I made a 10-year commitment to do something about that. I also serve on the boards of the Ann Arbor Economic Development Corporation and its Strategic Investment Development Committee, as well as the Equitable Ann Arbor Land Trust. Two of us from the trust are on the EDC. I am here to speak as a resident. My work leads me to one clear conclusion. Ann Arbor cannot remain affordable, sustainable, and economically strong without adding more housing choices. Our city continues to experience a hot housing market. The university continues to expand, and many want to live and work here. When housing supply fails to keep up with demand, prices rise quickly and more commute in. We are gentrified today. That is our status. The comprehensive land use plan creates a long-term framework to guide growth. For these reasons, I support adoption of the plan. At the same time, the plan represents only one part of a broader effort to address the cost of living. We have the affordable housing millage, thanks to council. Council has also taken important steps through renter protections, always can do more, green housing initiatives, and transit improvements that reduce the living costs. These actions matter because affordability includes the total cost of living, not just the price of housing, and you're addressing many of these factors outside of the plan. Thank you. The plan strengthens that multi-pronged approach. As an early step, I asked the city to allow duplexes and triplexes in residential neighborhoods. They are not immediately permitted with the passage of this plan. We still have to go back and make a zoning variance request. That's expensive. The cost of the homes that the trusts are doing right now have increased exorbitantly simply because of our current approval processes. We're still moving forward. Thank you for the city. Many residents worry about private equity investors buying houses and about gentrification. As I said, it's already happened. These pressures already affect Ann Arbor significantly. When housing remains scarce, investors compete for a limited number of homes, prices rise faster, and they invest more. Build more housing is going to reduce that price curve growth. Yes, I'm 100% confident. As the city moves into implementation, we should also keep the rules clear and workable so that the housing the plan envisions can actually be built. One last statement here, I'll keep it short. We need by-right provisions that will ensure we don't revert to expensive, complex, and uncertain permitting processes that some are calling for.
Thank you.
That'll drive up the cost. Thank you for your work.
Thank you.
I got the finger.
Is there anyone else in house who would like to speak at this public hearing? Is there anyone online who would like to speak at this public hearing?
Mayor, we have a number of callers with their hands up. Caller with the phone number ending in 695. Press star 9 to unmute your phone. Sorry, press star 6 to unmute your phone. Caller, go ahead.
Yes. I live at 527 Martin Drive. Everybody in the group here tries to do on the day.
Ma'am, we are unable to hear you.
But are you hearing me now?
We can't hear you, I'm afraid. We have several people in the queue. If you could please try dialing back in, we'll go on to the next one.
Eric Shaleko, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Shaleko, and I live in Ward 4. I want to thank you for your hard work and long hours engaging the community and drafting the comp plan. I also want to thank all my friends and neighbors in chambers tonight voicing their support for the club and for more housing. Keeping Ann Arbor the same as it's always been is not sustainable in every sense of the word. The housing crisis is here. The climate crisis is here. The cost of living crisis is here. Continuing to kick those issues down the road is how we got in this mess in the first place. Anyone acting like we can ignore them anymore isn't just running contrary to reality. It's a sign that they're comfortable pulling the ladder up on folks like me and other folks in the room. So I'm glad we're facing them head on. That said, we need to move on to rezoning. We get real housing abundance by giving power to the people to build what they need for their neighborhoods. Excuse me. Exclusionary zoning gets in the way of new homeowners, renters, and co-ops. New market rate housing brings down prices for those who could afford it, which in turn alleviates pressure on wait lists for social housing. So please push ahead on zoning. I also want to reassure that council was elected to tackle the housing crisis, and I'm glad you're united on advancing good policy. Ann Arborites want more homes and more neighbors, and they will show that time and time again in the voting booth. Thank you for your hard work, and I hope you have a great evening.
Thank you.
Adam Goodman, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hi. Yes. Hi, this is Adam Goodman, speaking to you from the 5th Ward, and I'm really hoping that you will approve the plan tonight and get moving quickly with the rezoning. I want to talk about affordability and infrastructure because I've heard some deeply wrong misconceptions tonight and in the recent past. The actual truth is new dense infill housing is what will enable us to maintain our infrastructure in the future in a good state of repair, and to do so without raising tax rates. Indeed, it is the only way we can do this. So first of all, dense housing pays disproportionately more in taxes than the rest of us do. Some of the student housing buildings on South University pay over 40 times the taxes per acre than what you see in areas dominated by single-family homes. It's over 40 times the revenue, but crucially not 40 times the cost to the city, because it's well documented that cities' cost for services, especially hard infrastructure, scale more with developed land area than they do population. It's the linear feet of pipes or the lane miles of roadways that you need to worry about, much more so than the intensity of usage. And also, when new developments do need infrastructure improvements, like upsizing water mains, the developers have to pay for them. And second, thanks to Michigan's Headley Amendment and 1994's Proposal A, new development is disproportionately weighted in our property tax system. So these new dense housing buildings are subsidizing the rest of us twice over because they are new and because they are dense. I should note that this point about newness can be a double-edged sword. It's great for homeowners like me, but the disproportionate tax burden placed on new developments is truthfully one of the few factors that does make it difficult for new market rate housing units to be attainably priced. But there's still good news. We have an affordable housing millage. So new market rate development is what funds our city's work on subsidized affordable housing. And that's not to mention the mountain of research that shows that adding new housing units, even if at the high end of the market, results in lower prices across the board for existing housing units. And the research shows that this does work across market segments. So We're in a place where we need more housing at all income levels, and the comprehensive plan before you tonight is a plan that aims to make that possible.
30 seconds.
It will help with affordability for both new residents and existing residents. So I urge you to approve this plan tonight without delay, and again, to get cracking on the rezoning that will actually implement this plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
E. Jones, do you have a comment?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Eleanor Jones. I've been an Ann Arbor resident for 50 years, and I'm in Ward 3. I firmly believe that every neighbor deserves to be heard. Your vote to adopt the comprehensive land use plan will tell us that the voices you value are those of the outside money big developers, not existing residents, your own neighbors. This is the plan that will steer the future of our city we share for decades to come. It will provide developers with every facility to build whatever they want, wherever they like, reducing setbacks that would have protected existing neighbors without giving guarantees about sustainability, diversity, affordability, or protection of what makes Ann Arbor a great place to live. The plan does not protect our most precious resource, the mature trees that gave the city its name. Not to mention that our aging infrastructure can't handle the giant population increase you so desperately seek to accommodate. You started this process with a goal of radical densification without informing, let alone getting the consent of, all residents. All residents deserve to have a direct say, a vote even, about the future of their own neighborhoods, regardless of whether they're involved in a formal neighborhood association or not. It will affect all of our lives for many decades to come. How on earth do you justify not giving us all a real voice via a scientifically valid survey? But you didn't even send us a postcard with a link to the project webpage to let us know the process was beginning and how to stay informed. Sure, you can reach us easily when it's time to bill us for property taxes or other city matters, but when it comes to a plan for zoning that will affect every single person in the whole city, well, I guess that's just too much to ask, apparently. This is not representation, let alone the respect that we, your neighbors, deserve. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 345. Do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hi, this is Kitty Kahn, 5th Ward. I read the many hundreds of comments that residents submitted regarding the comprehensive land use plan, and 99.99% of those people are against this plan. That is the truth. I hope that all of you on City Council read those comments too. Most of these people have not spoken to City Council or to Planning Commission, but their voices count as much as those who do attend and call in to meetings. I ask that you represent the opinions of the residents that you were elected to serve when you vote tonight. Mayor Taylor, you know, you always look down like you don't really want to listen to comments. It's really rude, but that's to be expected from you. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Luis Vasquez, do you have a comment?
Yes, greetings. Luis Vasquez, 909 Barton Drive in Upper Lower Town. Calling to relay just one criticism of the comprehensive land use plan. My opinion is that it does not go far enough. I am not in favor of height restrictions. I am not in favor of keeping density down to triplexes. I would much rather see quadplexes and beyond. I would rather see like sixplexes being built in our neighborhoods. But with that, having said that, I am 100% certain that you should push this plan forward and sign the Planning Commission, who has done a tremendous amount of hard work on this plan over the last 3 years or so. Push it forward, push the rezoning effort forward. We need a zoning reform badly in this city. I'm 100% content with the outreach that the city has done to make me aware of the comprehensive land use planning process. I'm 100% satisfied with the representation that both Planning Commission and City Council and city staff have given me in the form of opportunities, numerous opportunities to participate in the planning process. I've attended many meetings, both online and in person. And yes, once again, just 100% certain that you should vote in the affirmative tonight. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 644. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Kathy Boris. I live in the 5th Ward. If approved, I'm afraid that the club will create a constant flow of wealthy people moving into and lower income people moving out of our city. That's because, encouraged by the changes in the club, realty investors and developers will buy up the least expensive of the housing units that we currently have. Current residents of that housing will have to move out, and that housing will be torn down. New, more expensive housing will be constructed in the same place. People who can afford the newly constructed housing will move into it. They will be wealthier than the residents who had to move out. This scenario will be repeated all across Ann Arbor, to the advantage of the wealthier new residents who now have more units to choose from at their affordability level. But for the displaced residents, the situation is like musical chairs. There are now fewer units that they can afford, and so finding a place to live will become ever more difficult. The loss of both small houses and relatively affordable apartment buildings will be disadvantageous to our community. But the loss of the small homes has an extra barb, in that this loss whittles away the possibility of wealth-building home ownership for today's generation and for future generations too. So, is the club progress, and if so, for whom? Some would say yes, because the number of units of newly constructed housing will greatly exceed the number of units torn down. But again, the increase in living units comes at the expense of the people who will be displaced. Ann Arbor once took pride in being a community for all income levels. Is this still true? I don't think so, because everything in the club encourages redevelopment, replacement, and displacement. Nothing in it protects existing neighborhoods, existing small businesses, or even existing natural features.
30 seconds.
To me, the club is a mechanism for wealth transfer from lower income levels to higher income levels, especially to developers and their investors, and to the corporate landlords who will collect rent from afar for a long time to come. Finally, a question. Why doesn't the club limit short-term rentals drastically in order to favor long-term housing? I think it should. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Jean Leveridge, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
I do. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. I've want to just briefly, it's getting late, so I want to just really thank the Planning Commission and Ann Arbor City Council for their hard work in shepherding this initial sort of zoning, this comprehensive land use plan over the past 2.5 years. I know it's been a long while. There's been a lot of meetings, a lot of engagement. I urge City Council to pass the comprehensive land use plan this evening, and then once it is passed, to really act upon it with some urgency, right? We do have a housing crisis. There was, MLive had an article earlier today about sort of the difference of opportunity, right? The divide in life expectancy and opportunity across our city, across our county. And Ann Arbor is distressingly segregated. It was one of the things that I really noticed about Ann Arbor when I moved here about 35 years ago. I have probably, God willing, about another 30 years left to enjoy Ann Arbor. And I really would love to see the city work toward making the city more integrated, right? Allowing for infill housing, for missing middle housing to be built across residential areas. But I just really I want to just thank you all for your hard work and urge the passing of the comprehensive land use plan, as quickly as we can, and to really treat it as important, as an opportunity to make things better in this community for as many people as we can. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 245, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead. Caller 245, we can't hear you. Caller 245, can you unmute your phone? Caller with the phone number ending in 076, do you have a comment? Press *6 to unmute your phone.
Hello, my name is Barbara Tucker. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right. I would like to remind this body and inform everyone who's listening that the flaws and concerns in the comp plan could be avoided completely by an arrangement very compatible with Ann Arbor values called a land trust, where the city agrees to build housing on some of the land it owns that could be put to better use today than it was when it was designated often decades ago, like the valuable property at Summit near Maine, where maintenance vehicles are being parked currently. It's very simple. Because there is no cost to purchase land, housing can be built that is missing middle housing, affordable for middle-income housing workers to purchase, like teachers and firefighters, for $150,000 to $350,000, currently unheard of in this town. The city keeps ownership of the land with this arrangement and increases its tax base. All of this is at no cost to residents of the city. Land trusts are being used around the country and the world to create affordable housing and to protect it from for-profit investors. Almost 15 years ago, I heard the CEO of McKinley say unequivocally that for-profit developers will never solve the affordable housing problem because of the profit motive. In summary, unlike the comp plan, it's nonprofit. It creates housing for purchase by middle-income people. It's guaranteed to remain reasonably priced. The city increases their tax base, doesn't give for-profit investors what seems like carte blanche, to Ann Arbor property and doesn't need complex and vague fine print. This proposal was presented to the mayor about 2 years ago, but was not adopted. So without access to public land, which could produce hundreds of homes, the Ann Arbor Community Land Trust was formed. And though it is a proof of concept, it is currently only able to build 25 homes because 6 and 7 figures had to be raised to purchase the land to build on. The homes were listed on Zillow last fall and were quickly snapped up by lottery. There are currently more than 1,000 people on the waiting list to sign up for a lottery to try to get a home in Ann Arbor. Think about that for a minute. I urge everyone to learn more at a2clt.org. 2 additional items. With all due respect to those in favor of the comp plan, I invite them to look at the fine print and vague details to see that they are not likely to happen. Finally, I have questions for council. What is the purpose of public comment? If hundreds of people can object to a proposal and it gets passed anyway, what would it take to change a vote?
Thank you.
Evan Ivanchich, do you have a comment?
I do. Good evening. My name is Eric Ivancich, and I'm calling from the 3rd Ward. I'm asking you to adopt the comprehensive land use plan submitted by the City Planning Commission. You already know Ann Arbor has a housing crisis. Many of you ran on that very issue, and voters sent you here to do something about it. And tonight is your chance to take the next step. State law is clear. Our comprehensive land use plan must include strategies and policies that address our community's housing needs. This is not optional, and yet for decades we've fallen short of that obligation. The reasons are familiar. Too many residents secure in their own homes, too comfortable to demand change, and too many elected officials willing to look the other way. The work of organizations like the Ann Arbor Housing Commission, Avalon Housing, and our Community Land Trust is vital and worth celebrating, but it's not enough on its own. The scale of the challenge is too large. We also need to engage the market and private investment, the very same forces that built the houses that many of us live in today. It's time to end exclusionary single-family zoning once and for all. We can see how it's resulted in segregation of our neighborhoods by wealth and by race. Allowing duplexes and triplexes in residential areas by right is a modest yet necessary step. No neighborhood, regardless of its wealth or history, should get to opt out. Our progressive values are not just words. They mean welcoming a diversity of housing types and a diversity of neighbors in every corner of our city. This moment calls for courage. The next step belongs to you, and then let's implement the plan methodically and expeditiously to undo the damage. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 695. Press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Yes, can you hear?
We cannot hear you, I'm afraid. I'm afraid we still can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Brandon Dimchef, do you have a comment?
Hello, Council. Brandon Dimchef here. I will technically no longer be a resident of the 4th Ward or the city in about 48 hours after living in Ann Arbor for nearly my whole life. But I am speaking tonight because I love my hometown and want it to be better, more sustainable, and more welcoming, even if I'm not going to live there for a bit. This comprehensive plan is not perfect, but Planning Commission and staff did a great, often thankless job taking feedback from residents to craft a reasonable compromise. So thank you to all of them for their hard work. Change is a fact of life, but Ann Arbor has to decide what that change looks like. If we oppose the comp plan, we are choosing the status quo. Existing housing will become more expensive far faster than inflation. Residents will be richer on average because only the wealthy will be able to move here. But my friends and your friends will not be able to afford to live in Ann Arbor anymore. That's not what I want my hometown to become. The plan won't solve every problem, but it will absolutely help solve the housing crisis. It will allow more people to live in Ann Arbor, a beautiful place that I love and will miss dearly. I may be leaving town for a bit, but one day I will come back, and I would like to be able to afford to live here again. And I would like my friends and family, and your friends and family, to be able to afford to live here in the meantime. Please pass the plan tonight and help Ann Arbor make forward progress for the benefit of current and future residents. And thank you again to everybody who contributed to the comp plan. See you later.
Thank you.
Ross, do you have a comment? Go ahead.
Hello. I was getting late, so I'm trying to keep this close. I'm calling from the 5th Ward. This plan isn't what I wanted. Don't go far enough. We've written bad policy things like triplexes into it. But here we are. I don't think we can afford to pause the plan any further. So please pass this and hit the gas. You have the option to do stuff this year. Please do it. You are elected to.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 245. Press *6 to unmute your phone. Caller 245.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm Wendy Carmen, 2340 Georgetown. I served the city for many years on the ZBA, the Natural Features Committees, and on the committee that recommended the current consultant on this project in 2019. I support incorporating the concepts of affordability, sustainability, and equity in our comprehensive plan, yet I am disappointed. General citizens were never considered primary stakeholders in the comprehensive plan process. You could have notified all residents at the beginning. You chose not to. You could have held dialogues with neighborhoods. It appears you deliberately excluded them. You could have asked neighborhoods what they wanted and needed. You did not, instead telling us you knew better than we did. You refused to use a scientific survey method to gather opinions, allowing people to respond multiple times without others even knowing you were collecting data. Why? Were you afraid we wouldn't agree with your plans? Later, when council members or staff did engage with us, some of us, they lectured us rather than holding meaningful dialogue. We really needed dialogue. You misled the public. You told us this was bring affordable housing and equity when you don't have a plan to make that happen anytime soon, if ever. You made changes to the UDC while the plan was in process, and those brought us density, but not affordability. The public raised concerns. You told us not to worry, that we would address those things in the UDC, a separate process, and there could perhaps be done neighborhood by neighborhood. Now we see very strong pressure for you to authorize moving forward as fast as possible. Why should we believe you? You told us sustainability was important and then refused to include sustainability for our parks, our significant natural features, or even our neighborhoods. The new plan intrudes into established neighborhoods with hub directly adjacent rather than buffered, and will rezone parts of some neighborhoods, including my own, to transition, not something we need or want. I'd like to see you send the plan back to rectify a few specific concerns before you approve. I don't expect that you will do that. I have seen the emails that some of you have sent out.
30 seconds.
But council has a duty to view the public as the primary stakeholders in the future of the city and treat our concerns with respect. So far, you haven't. I don't expect to see you send it back, but if you don't, it's clear to me that you do not represent us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 556, press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Ralph McKee from the 5th Ward. Since your listening tonight is likely to be performative, going through the motions, my comments are mostly directed to those who haven't yet heard or understood why the process and plan are full of deception and hypocrisy. Process. First, you sent promo postcards, but not about this. So many residents still don't know about it. For a year, staff talked general density and a 35-foot height limit, even though y'all knew CPC wanted way more. Deceptive. Since, despite pushback from thousands, the plan barely changed. Later, you said, we're still listening. Then transition zones got expanded. Deception. You said, don't worry, we'll protect neighborhoods. It's a lengthy process later. Your comments on the Dean rezoning say the exact opposite, treating the zoning as a done deal. And now, Dan Adams et al., your density whisperers expect you to implement hub and transition in 6 months. And staff is telling developers to expand rezoning requests to the max possible under this plan, way before mass rezoning. So much for discussion. Why should anybody believe you now? The plan is deceptive too. It has goals, but it's counterproductive to them. You admit the plan will not enhance affordability much for many years, but you still tout triplexes even though they'll cost more than the house they replace. Transition zones will make entire neighborhoods vulnerable to replacing moderately priced homes with mid-rise apartments. The draft admits that's possible, but still incentivizes it. The upscale housing built will help no one, except the rich. The plan says small businesses might be displaced and says steps should be taken to mitigate, but doesn't say how. The plan says support land trusts, but does nothing for them. The new language for ASTRs is just as wishy-washy as it was before. You've approved rezonings allowing them. The plan should severely restrict them, period. You took 2 years to study it, or you had to, sir, and you didn't do that. Do a moratorium. The plan says to leverage city property for affordable housing. You're doing the opposite. You filched $6 million from the housing fund. You're selling the Klein's lot without committing the proceeds, $15 million for affordable housing. That lot was widely expected to result in hundreds of units. Instead, it'll be all upscale and proceeds burnt in a bureaucracy. You gave away the library lot, another $15 million. Those three items could have been leveraged into $250 to $350 million to make a big impact. Instead, we get this plan.
30
Your
seconds.
recent changes in the zoning code resulted in a loss of affordable housing. You could have gotten many more units by making the Dean a PUD, but that hasn't ever mattered, just what the big developers want. All those items show hypocrisy. This plan should be jettisoned, start over, and done right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Caller with the phone number ending in 695, press star 6 to unmute your phone. Go ahead.
Hello.
Caller 695, we can't hear you.
Ma'am, you're inaudible.
Can you hear me?
I'm afraid you're inaudible.
Can you hear me?
Mayor, that's the last caller online with their hand up.
Ma'am, I'm afraid we're going to move on. We're not able to hear you.
I don't have any other callers.
Seeing no one, this public hearing is closed. Let's take a short break. We'll reconvene at 10:20. We are back after a short break. We have before us the regular meeting minutes of March 2, 2026. May I have a motion, please, to approve these minutes? Moved by Councilmember Watson, seconded by Councilmember Gaziano. Discussion of the minutes. All in favor? All opposed? The minutes are approved. DS1, resolution to approve the 615 Riverview Drive annexation, moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Malik. Discussion, please, of DS1. All in favor? All opposed? It is approved. DS2, resolution authorizing the issuance of 2026 capital improvement bonds for the 350 South Fifth Avenue affordable housing development, moved by Councilmember Watson, seconded by Councilmember Gaziano. Discussion, please, of DS2. Councilmember Watson.
In considering this resolution, I would like to remind the body of Resolution R-23-191, resolution to direct the city administrator to evaluate bonding affordable housing millage revenue, which we passed on June 5th, 2023. I brought forward that resolution alongside former Councilmember Song based on our work with the Housing and Human Services Advisory Board and Housing Commission Director Jennifer Hall. The 2023 resolution directed the city administrator to work with the Ann Arbor Housing Commission to evaluate bond financing that leverages the affordable housing millage revenue to secure the best terms for more immediate financing for affordable housing units. That resolution and the collaboration from City Finance and Housing Commission staff led to the proposed issuance of bonds for 350 South Fifth and DS2 here tonight. This will be the second bond issuance following the issuance of up to $9 million in capital improvement bonds for Catherine Street in 2024. As a city, we are getting more comfortable using bonding of millage funds as a tool, and we have gone from using it to support about 63 units at Catherine Street to about 330 planned units at 350 South Fifth tonight. At least 100 units will be affordable at 60% AMI or $53,000 a year in 2025 for one person. About 200 of these units will be affordable for up to 80% AMI, which is now about $70,500 a year for a single person. The 80% AMI income level is starting to reach up into salaries for many of the teachers and other professionals mentioned tonight. In the 2023 resolution, we wrote, whereas the Ann Arbor Housing Commission the Ann Arbor Housing Commission's housing construction costs, like other housing developments, have increased by 50% since 2019 due to labor shortages, material cost increases, and supply chain distributions. I haven't rerun the calculation, but that number is likely higher today. When Housing Commission staff tell me it is expensive to build in the city, I believe them. I don't need to check with private developers. The only developers whose bottom line I care about are our own nonprofit Ann Arbor Housing Development Corporation, and by extension, its mission-driven partners. The bond issuance tonight is what we mean when we say the city is moving full speed ahead on affordable housing. Bonding up front so that we can build more affordable housing now rather than waiting for construction costs to increase. In 2023, we wrote, since 2015, Council has approved over 200 affordable housing units with another 300 in the pipeline. Now we can say that just since fiscal year 2022, supported by the millage, we have 450 affordable units built or underway and almost 1,000 in the pipeline, including those at 350 South Fifth. It is through the affordable housing millage, generously funded by you, the Ann Arbor taxpayer, and through creative strategies like bonding that millage and leveraging those funds, that the city is doing all it can to provide more subsidized housing for this community. I'm proud to have co-sponsored R-23-191 that helped us down this path, and I'm proud to support DS2 tonight.
Further discussion of DS2? I'd like to just say very briefly that, one of the benefits of being at council for a fair bit is that you see parcels, you see the fruits of work, the metaphors of seeds planted back when. There was a time back in the aughts when the 350 South Fifth was a city parcel. It had the old Y was there. It was needed to be torn down, and indeed it was. Eventually, it was sold. The council decided to put it on the market. In the context of putting it on the market, the council decided to insert an amendment into the purchase agreement, enabling the city to buy back this parcel in the event that the purchaser at the time did not finalize a site plan, allowed the parcel to remain fallow. That amendment proved prophetic, and indeed, the purchaser allowed the parcel to remain fallow, and the council was authorized to buy back the parcel at cost, and with a little bit of wrangling, eventually we did buy it back. Now that the city again re-owns this parcel, we are using it for an outstanding purpose. That is the provision of affordable housing to Ann Arbor residents who need it. I'm incredibly excited about the prospect of new folks coming to live in the downtown, and grateful for the good work of the Housing Commission to put that into effect, and of course, and crucially grateful to the work of the residents who have voted for the affordable housing millage, enabling us to do these good things. Further discussion? All in favor? Oh, whoops, I think I need to roll call this one. Roll call vote, please, starting with Councilmember Iyer.
Councilmember Iyer?
Yes.
Councilmember Ackman?
Yes.
Councilmember Briggs?
Yes.
Councilmember Cornell?
Yes.
Councilmember Dish?
Yes.
Councilmember Harrison?
Yes.
Councilmember Watson?
Yes.
Councilmember Malik?
Yes.
Councilmember Radina?
Yes.
Councilmember Ghazi Edwin?
Yes.
Mayor Taylor?
Yes.
Motion carries.
DS3, resolution to adopt the City of Ann Arbor's Comprehensive Land Use Plan 2050. Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Harrison. Discussion, please, of DS3. Oh, I believe there are staff introductions. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brett Leonard. I'm the planning manager. We did get a council introduction request with some questions. But I've been at this process for about 3 years, so with your indulgence, I'd like to take a little bit of liberty with those questions, and hopefully I will address them all. Oh, thank you. Can you see my slide deck? Hopefully it'll pop up here shortly. They're really good slides, so I'm going to wait a minute.
You've earned the wait. It's all right.
There we go. Okay, so thank you. 3 years ago, the City Council initiated work on a new comprehensive plan. Embedded in this action were some directions by the Council to the Planning Commission, to staff to accomplish. Emphasize values over specific land use limitations, advance our previously identified carbon neutrality goals, make recommendations to add homes throughout the city and increase density, a plan that seeks to undo or repair exclusionary zoning practices of the past, and a plan that becomes more flexible with time and more adaptable. And over time, the Planning Commission staff and consultants have those tasks that you gave us have been shaped by thousands of interactions through this process. We have talked with people through many different forums, many different formats, and as you know from resolutions that have been happened at this board and have been memorialized in the document before you, the plan before you, I think does an excellent job of responding to that direction that the Planning Commission has now adopted and recommends your adoption as well. There are a series of values that were identified early in this process through the engagement process, both with the steering committee and with our public engagement. That is to aspire for a community that is more affordable, equitable, sustainable, and dynamic. These are important values. Affordable, for example, the plan specifically calls for increasing both the supply and the diversity of housing for all income levels. This will allow property owners to have a choice, where now many properties in the city only have a single choice for a single-family property. It doesn't prohibit that, but it also provides choice for property owners for potentially duplexes or triplexes in addition to single-family homes. The plan challenges the city to explore an expedited process specifically for subsidized housing units. You just had an action item that talks about the complexities of achieving memorialized restricted income units in the city. And this plan, it calls for both of those actions. It seeks regulatory action to increase our housing supply, but also to continue efforts to not only invest, to use our assets like land, to advance all levels of housing as we go forward. That's really important because state law doesn't allow us to just sit here from the table and dictate that any home that gets built in the city has to be rented at a certain rate or has to be sold at a certain price. So bringing all the tools is really important to the goals that you've established and that you heard a lot are valuable to the community tonight. The plan is equitable. For example, it supports residents accessing housing and mitigating displacement. The plan supports workforce capacity to connect our residents to the development that's happening so that they can benefit from that as well. Additionally, this plan does not differentiate between neighborhoods. It recognizes that all facets of the city have an opportunity to evolve and recognizing that there's broad opportunity across the entirety of the city. The plan emphasizes a more sustainable city by emphasizing a focus on quality, equity, and ecological benefits of open space rather than open space just for the sake of open space. And it promotes carbon neutrality through energy efficient and resource use and transitioning specifically to zero carbon sources, bringing alignment of our land use documents with the city's living carbon neutrality documents. And then the fourth value added through the process is to be a dynamic city, to be a city that recognizes change. The plan, for example, pushes us to create walkable, connected neighborhoods with more basic needs right near, approximate, or actually embedded in neighborhoods throughout the city. And it calls for strengthening the downtown as the heart of our community. This plan doesn't presume that the city's best is in the past, nor does it memorialize any status quo challenges that we've faced over the 100 years of land use regulation here in the city. At the core, of course, of the plan is a future land use map. This really sinks into or sort of responds to the direction of a more flexible, adaptable land use framework. You see 3 primary land use categories on this map that really leans into hub, which is downtown, and the places along corridors where we see the greatest opportunity for density. Transition, which you see in yellow, which is along of our corridors, along a lot of our transition routes, places in the community that have the potential for a lot more potential mixed use and intensity with multimodal transportation to support them and service them. And then the gray areas, ivory areas, which are residential areas in between those areas. Residential districts, we talked about it through the evolution of this process. It recommends a height limit of approximately 3 stories and recommends permission of up to triplexes in addition to single family and duplexes as primary uses. It recommends building on our traditional street networks and identifying that there might be more appropriate density as you get closer to corridors and higher density land use categories throughout the city. Transition zone is a flexible mixed use category. Again, the yellow on that map envisions the widest range of land uses likely in the city, everything from residential to industrial, concentrated on those corridors, and it is specifically intended to have reference and reflection to the land uses and the scale of properties that surround it, so it really takes cues from its surrounding land use categories. Finally, hub is the tallest and densest zone, such as downtown, also features a lot of mixed-use development opportunity, and specifically to encourage the redevelopment of some suburban commercial areas into mixed-use destinations that can do more and become really more places of commerce and high energy in our community going forward. There are a lot of other areas on the map. You have public lands, University of Michigan, open space and recreation. These are a series of categories that are basically identifying lands that are for institutional uses that frankly our zoning doesn't have a lot of impact on or no impact. Just as a reminder, the university is not regulated by zoning. And what comes next? The plan doesn't mandate a change to any property. It doesn't dictate that anybody has to change their property. But to be clear, there's a lot of work ahead. There's work to make the regulatory changes, that is text changes to our zoning, map changes to our zoning, to realize the city and the flexibility that this plan envisions. All of this work is going to be conducted in close connection with infrastructure analysis. You heard some comments about that. The plan is very specific in making sure that we are coordinating those efforts. We obviously can't support the development that we can't support. That happens now and it will continue to happen. There are other aspects of this beyond zoning and land use regulation that the plan calls for. It calls for identifying partners and establishing partnerships to support everything from workforce development and working with unhoused populations to move them to secure housing, and a wide variety of other things that aren't land use and regulation that also meet the goals of the city. And then a commitment that we certainly have in the planning department is to measure, to report, and to learn from the steps that we take and the experiences that we have from this comp plan and the implementation of it as we go forward. And then I never get the chance to say this because it's always you or the Planning Commission. So I just also wanted to, as the planning manager, share some thanks. I want to thank the community. You heard a lot of people tonight. The Planning Commission heard a lot of people. We heard a lot of, we had a lot of conversations at all of our forums. We heard some people speak to us for the first time. We heard some people speak to us for countless times. All of them are speaking to us because they are passionate about this city, and I'm grateful for that. Thank you for your support for this work. Thank you for the Planning Commission, who has spent literally hours listening and learning and adapting and deliberating on the document that is before you. I want to personally thank Administrators Tahoney, Walton, and Delacorte for your support and guidance, and sometimes a kick in the pants. Our thoughtful colleagues from across the city who have shaped the plan, our consultant team of Interface Studios, Smith Group, and Access and Ninegret Partners, and then, of course, my planning service colleagues who helped to shepherd and shoulder the load of this in the context of a lot of other full plates already, none of which are more important than my colleague, Principal Planner Michelle Bennett, who has done great things in the city from her time here, and this plan and this process is much better for where it is today because of her shift into this role in the planning services team and taking on this role. So Michelle and I are happy to answer any questions that you have. Thank you.
Further discussion? Oh, you got it.
I'm just here to help answer questions.
I'm sorry, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Leonard. I, number one, really appreciate this presentation, just all the hard work that both of you guys have done, and Planning Commission, of course. So, you know, we heard some comments tonight about, like, why don't we put more pressure on University of Michigan to build student housing? And I'm wondering if you can clarify, do we have any control over how much housing they build? You know, we know that they bring more students, faculty, and staff every year, which is great. It's great for our city. But could you clarify the housing, please?
Yeah, we don't have, other than them voluntarily listening to our ideas, we, of course, cannot mandate that they do anything. They are an equal, or in some respects, probably an elevated power from the city. To be clear, we have consulted them as part of this process. We have looked at their plan as part of this process. Their planning effort, to their approach, when you look at some of their planning effort, it is flexible. They plan, a lot of their planning is identifying future areas of development without specificity of maybe what that development is. It might be based on the next latest research craze, and accordingly, they plan in that regard. And that doesn't often give us a lot of information to respond to that to think that that's going to be an office center, or it's going to be a residential center, or it's going to be a laboratory, or you name it. So, I would say that the relationship with the university is of course valued, as you said. They're obviously a big driver for the pressures on our community from a housing market, all the people that come into our community on a regular basis to work there, and it's a positive problem to have. I think, as you said, it provides a lot of stability for our community, but it also creates some challenges for our housing.
Councilor Revere.
Thanks. I have a question. We've heard a little bit about the fact that natural features aren't considered enough in this plan. By my count, through the plan and the appendix, natural features are mentioned something like 89 times. I wonder if you could speak a little bit to the thought that went into kind of protecting our city's natural features as this plan was developed.
You're just going to have to elbow me out of the way if you want to do it. So there was discussion of that. This plan recognizes that we have a high level of natural features protection now. It's not absolute. We protect I think we have a very effective natural resource protection during the site plan review process. If you, as a single-family homeowner, decide you want to cut down a landmark tree, that's not part of our regulation. And so a critique of this plan is that this plan doesn't say we should change the regulations so you can no longer do that. The plan, I think, is effective in setting a baseline that says, let's not recede from our natural features protection as well. And frankly, as we move forward, and I think you heard some of the tension in some of the comments, it is a balance as to what flexibility we want to provide, what flexibility we don't want to provide in that moving forward. But I think the plan is really effective in at least establishing a baseline that we're not going to regress in that regard, but we're trying to balance a lot of aspirations moving forward.
Other questions? Thank you both. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilmember Briggs.
Almost.
Just reviewing my notes about what came up tonight. Could you talk a little bit about how historic preservation is treated within the plan?
So historic preservation was a topic of discussion at the Planning Commission. I think that there are voices, frankly, on the Planning Commission and in the community that see historic preservation as contributing to a scarcity of potential housing in our community. There are others that recognize that this has been a long-standing policy of the city that is protected by ordinance, and there's been no signal of you as a body that we should in some way think that that won't happen in the future. So in short, the plan is it's pretty silent on it. It doesn't call for drastic expansions of like seeking new areas that we should designate, but it similarly does not suggest that we should eliminate those. I think one of the tensions that has come up through the process a lot is the interaction of zoning with historic preservation, and that's something that we experience in our community today. I'll point to examples like Main Street. Main Street is in the downtown D1 district that has about a 180-foot height limit. The historic district regulations have a design impact on the ability of those buildings to expand. It doesn't mean that you can't expand them, but when you see expansions on those buildings on Main Street, they're often pretty modest. They might go up a couple stories from the existing historic structure. They might be set back from the original facade. So we've always been balancing that tension, and this plan might bring that tension to new areas where the land use might be different than what it was, but that does not negate the design requirements that the historic preservation will continue to apply to those geographies.
Additional questions?
Can I make a comment?
Of course you may.
Thank you. I wanted to bring up one thing that I think has been lost throughout this process, which is you've heard many residents come here and say that this plan is a giveaway to developers. And part of the rationale for that is because we have been talking about streamlining the process and making things simpler. We have 34 zones, right? This was part of the initial resolution, was to become more flexible, become more adaptable. And so I just want to highlight that one of the benefits of doing that is actually to allow smaller scale developers into the market. So currently, like there are a lot of developers that come with deep pockets, and if your process is long enough and onerous enough, that's what you can continue to bet on. But if you do make it simpler for more people to come to your community and develop, we might be getting more of those developers that people are asking for, that are smaller scale and local and know the community. So I wanted to highlight that because I think that counterpoint is not often discussed.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Further discussion? Councilmember Dish.
So here we are, and thank you for sticking with us in this room. Thank you, Mr. Leonard and Ms. Bennett, for your expertise, the countless hours you put into revising this plan and providing supporting documentation for it, for your patience, your good humor, and the occasional pizza. This evening has been a spirited and, with few exceptions, thoughtful and engaged debate that lays out our disagreements about the strategies in this plan. The community launched this project from a place of agreement. We all see that Ann Arbor is becoming a shockingly expensive place to live. In the past 10 years, apartment rents have increased twice as much as incomes, and single-family home prices have increased 4 times as much as incomes. These increases have had a devastating effect on economic diversity in this city. Since 2013, Ann Arbor has seen declines or stagnation in the number of households in each income category except for one, the highest one, which comprises households earning $150,000 and above. That category nearly doubled in size. Most of us agree that glaring inequity is not consistent with our values today. The plan documents that inequity has been a feature of this city's history, a feature that was abetted by past land use decisions. And let me take you to one momentous year, 1941. That's when Ann Arbor adopted its first zoning ordinance that provided detached single-family homes with a zone of their own. It contained 2 districts legally defined to protect single-family residents against all other residential uses, whether row houses, townhouses, or commercial boarding houses. Surprisingly, giving single-family homes a zone of their own is not universal. It is uniquely American. I learned that from Sonia Hurt's engagingly written book, Zoning in America, Zoned Out, or no, I think it's Zoning Out. Yeah, I meant to bring it. Now, that's not to say that you won't find single-family homes in other nations, but they exist without this exclusionary protection. This plan does not outlaw single-family homes. You will hear that. You will hear that in the public discussions moving forward, but it is not true. Single-family homes remain legal. They will no longer enjoy the unnecessary and peculiarly American protection of having a zone that excludes all else. But the question is what can we do to remedy these inequities today that we don't like? And this is the question that divides us. Many residents believe that expensive market rate housing is causing these inequities. Other residents believe that Ann Arbor has a housing shortage and that boosting market rate supply is part of the cure, not the cause. The comprehensive land use plan comes down on the housing shortage side of the debate. It proposes to use zoning to boost market rate development to stabilize housing costs. And stabilizing housing costs is not small. We earlier heard from, I think it was Claire Tobin, who talked about being priced out of the one-bedroom apartment that she's been living in for 4 years. That's a problem for people, that they are constantly moving around because moving is expensive. So even stabilizing rents would be a good thing. And obviously we need other protections in addition to zoning, but that would be a good thing. The plan supports the continued creation of income-qualified affordable housing for the most vulnerable residents through the 2022 housing millage, and it emphasizes the need to resolve the choke points in our development process that make all housing more expensive to construct. I understand that some of you have not experienced the creation of this plan as a properly democratic process. We've heard more than one, but one especially eloquent statement about what representative democracy involves. At its best, representative democracy involves accountability, doing what you ran on and giving reasons for what you do. That's what I'm going to try to do for a brief moment more. Some people have asked us to mandate that every market rate development includes some percentage of affordable units. I didn't hear that tonight, though I heard it a lot the night Planning Commission last considered the plan. If this were legal in Michigan, we would do it, but it is not. Some of you have expressed concern about university expansion. The plan recognizes that concern and focuses new growth in downtown, near campus, and along transit corridors and major roads like Washtenaw and Huron. Some told council that increased density in low-scale residential districts would be okay with them if height and mass were limited, and so we limited it, up to 3 units and no more than 3 stories high. Many have expressed concerns about short-term rentals. The plan mentions STRs twice, acknowledging that they have reduced permanent residential housing opportunities in certain neighborhoods and committing to explore limiting them when it comes to zoning. This process has opened a fruitful debate about missing middle housing that the plan carries forward by asking us to explore expedited permitting for the kinds of housing that our 1941 law made illegal, and to design standards that encourage developers to resurrect those housing forms. The plan explicitly acknowledges that it is not the finish line. Zoning certainly will not be enough. The city and its residents need to use new state housing tax incentives to make smaller homes work out financially in an environment of high construction costs. Now, if all goes well, I won't be lifting a pint tonight. I've got to go to bed early so I can join my colleagues tomorrow night on Planning Commission, put our feet on the gas, and get cracking on implementing this plan.
Further discussion? I'm sorry, Councilmember Adina.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, colleagues, community members. First and foremost, thank you to staff, the planning commissioners, and engaged community members who have invested thousands of hours over several years into getting us here tonight. Thank you to everyone who spoke out and engaged respectfully with their neighbors during tonight's public hearing. And I want to specifically thank our colleague, Councilmember Dish, for doing double duty here and at Planning Commission all throughout this process. I am sorry for some of the nastiness you experienced tonight. Few work harder than you, and we are all better for your service, so thank you. At its core, the question before us this evening is pretty simple. Are we as a city willing to confront the ongoing housing and affordability crisis with the seriousness it demands? Across the country, and certainly here in Ann Arbor, housing costs are rising faster than wages. Young people who grew up here struggle to stay. Workers who serve our community struggle to live in it. Families who want to move here for opportunity increasingly find the door closed. Seniors who have spent their lives here struggle to downsize and age in place. And one of the clearest lessons from economists, planners, and peer cities across the country is that when communities severely restrict where housing can be built, prices go up because supply cannot keep up with demand. That is exactly why cities and states nationwide are beginning to rethink outdated land use policies and limit housing opportunity. In Minneapolis, like the plan before us tonight, leaders adopted a comprehensive plan allowing duplexes and triplexes in neighborhoods previously limited to single-family homes, while directing higher density housing to downtown corridors and transit routes. The goal was simple: expand housing supply, increase affordability, and reduce the segregation and scarcity that exclusionary zoning created. In Oregon, lawmakers passed a statewide reform allowing duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes in many areas once reserved for single-family homes, recognizing that communities must allow more diverse housing options if they want to seriously address housing shortages. Just last month, here in Michigan, state lawmakers, including Ann Arbor's own Representative Carrie Reingans, introduced state legislation to allow multiple homes by right on single-family lots across the state, to address parking minimums, to cut red tape, to reduce overly burdensome rules on setbacks, maximum lot sizes, and minimum home sizes. And across the country, from Austin to Portland and Berkeley to Cambridge, cities are taking similar steps because they understand that the status quo simply isn't working, and it's what created this crisis. Ann Arbor's comprehensive plan for affordability is part of the same forward-looking movement. Despite some persistent fear-mongering and misinformation from a dedicated few, this plan does not call for clear-cutting all of our trees. It doesn't call for the paving of our city parks or for skyscrapers to be built in the middle of our neighborhoods. Instead, it embraces meaningful but gentle growth. That means allowing modest increases in housing, like things like duplexes, townhomes, and triplexes within neighborhoods that today are restricted to a single home, often on a sprawling lot. This type of gentle density can add more homes while maintaining distinct neighborhoods and appropriate scale. At the same time, the plan appropriately directs higher density to downtown, transit corridors, and transition districts, places where infrastructure, walkability, and services already exist or can easily be expanded. That's not radical. That's smart, progressive planning. In fact, over the nearly 3 years that we have been working to develop this vision, the push to move beyond exclusionary zoning has become increasingly more mainstream. And while a few local politicians may still be willing to defend outdated and exclusionary zoning laws in an attempt to gain political favor, among state and national progressive leaders, this debate is settled. Trusted leaders like Elizabeth Warren, AOC, Bernie Sanders, Cory Booker, Julian Castro, Zoran Mamdani, and Gretchen Whitmer, among others, have called for ending exclusionary zoning practices that block the construction of more affordable housing and reinforce segregation. Why? Because housing policy is also equity policy. For decades, restrictive zoning has limited who can live where, concentrating opportunity in some places and scarcity in others. So the choice before us tonight is not between change and no change. Change is inevitable. The choice is between intentional planning or continued scarcity, between welcoming the next generation of Ann Arborites or pricing them out, between embracing a more affordable, sustainable future or clinging to the failed policies of the past, between leading and falling behind. Ann Arbor has always prided itself on being a progressive, forward-thinking city, one that matches its values with action. The comprehensive plan does exactly that. It recognizes that thriving cities continue to evolve. That opportunity should not be reserved only for those who arrived decades ago, but accessible for our neighbors of today and for tomorrow. And that solving a housing crisis requires the courage to allow more homes in the communities where people want to live. If we truly believe that Ann Arbor should remain a place of opportunity, innovation, and inclusion, then we must be willing to plan for a future where more people can call our city home. Tonight, after more than 3 years of hard work, planning, public meetings, yes, direct mail, surveys, listening sessions in every single ward, and even council resolutions asking for draft modifications to incorporate all of that feedback that we heard, I am proud to finally be casting my vote to adopt a progressive, forward-thinking planning vision for our city. The hard work of building a more affordable, sustainable, and accessible Ann Arbor begins tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Iyer Malik.
Thank you, Mayor. I too want to begin by expressing my sincere appreciation and gratitude to city staff, to the Planning Commission, to Councilmember Dish, our planning liaison, for the enormous amount of work that has gone into this project over several years. The plan before us tonight is the result of an arduous and iterative process, and I do want to thank the many residents who provided feedback that helped shape it along the way, because that happened too. Tonight is a momentous step for our community. It represents a historic shift in how Ann Arbor approaches housing and growth. A progressive land use plan in pursuit of a more affordable, inclusive, and sustainable city. The The work is also consistent with the direction Council has already set. In 2024, Council adopted 4 economic development resolutions establishing clear direction for Ann Arbor. Expanding housing at all income levels, focusing growth on placemaking and sustainability, and strengthening corridors where infrastructure and transit already exist. This comprehensive land use plan for affordability advances those goals. At its core, this conversation is about a housing shortage, decades in the making. Over the past 20 years, the University of Michigan has added thousands of students and employees, and the private sector has added tens of thousands of jobs to the region. But our zoning rules artificially constrained how much housing could be built in the city. As a result, only a few thousand housing units were added during that time. And as an aside, it's a good thing for the city that most of those units were not built by the university, because the taxes generated have been keeping our city budget stable. So demand rose while supply was constrained and housing prices climbed out of reach for many of the people who worked here. That outcome was the result of policy choices. Over the past several years, this council has begun taking meaningful steps to change course through the affordable housing millage and through TC1 zoning. Tonight, we are poised to take another major step by adopting a land use plan that legalizes more housing options in every area of the city. The affordable housing millage, it must be said, is incredibly important, and we have 1,200 new affordable housing units built or in the works. But subsidized housing alone cannot solve our housing shortage, and it does not help many of the people who work in our community. Someone making $70,000 a year earns too much to qualify for affordable housing, yet still struggles to afford a home in Ann Arbor where the median price is about $500,000. If we want the people who work here to have a chance to live here, we must allow more housing to be built. Duplexes and triplexes are not new to Ann Arbor. They were once common here, but decades ago, as it was pointed out, the city made them illegal through its zoning laws. Those were choices that were made, and this plan legalizes those housing choices again. For those who worry about change, it's important to recognize that our neighborhoods are already changing. I've heard this countless times talking to neighbors about the fact that across the city we see older homes replaced with very large multi-million-dollar houses or million-dollar houses for single families. If a parcel that gets that big million-dollar house could contain 2 or 3 homes instead of 1, could be a duplex, a twin home, a tri-home. It could serve multiple families at a lower price point for each household. This isn't a mystery. If we pass this tonight, we will move into implementation, and it's critical that we get that right. Other cities have legalized new housing options but left rules in place that still made them difficult to build. We can learn from those experiences so that when we implement this plan, the new rules actually allow the new housing to be built while respecting existing streetscapes. I do want to note that some have suggested council members support this plan because of campaign contributions from people who build homes. That has the relationship backwards. Candidates run for office with clearly stated values and positions on housing and land use, and people, whoever they may be, choose to support candidates whose views they already share. My support for expanded housing options in Ann Arbor has been consistent and well documented. It's about addressing the cost and availability of housing and ensuring Ann Arbor remains accessible to a diverse range of residents. In the end, the question we face tonight is simple. Will we keep the drawbridge to the castle raised or lower it to welcome new neighbors? I choose to welcome new neighbors.
Councilmember Malik Cornell Briggs.
Thank you, Mayor. About a year ago, I had what I believe was my first quote ever as a council member published in the local news, and it was related to the comprehensive land use plan. That quote was something along the lines of, quote, "This is a big plan in a big way," end quote. While that may not have been my most articulate moment, I stand by the spirit of that comment today. This is a big plan for our city, and yes, also in a big way. Thank you to all who spent tireless and often thankless hours developing this plan, specifically Councilmember Dish, Mr. Leonard, and Ms. Bennett. After years of engagement, our community has come up with an exciting vision for the future. This vision centers affordability, sustainability, and equity, three principles that speak directly to some of our biggest challenges. As has often been stated, Ann Arbor's median home price is frequently the highest in the state. Our vacancy rates are among the lowest, and we continue to host one of the largest, most sought-after universities in the country that has increased enrollment by an average of 1,000 students per year for the past 10 years, putting tremendous pressure on our city and housing market. In my opinion, doing nothing in the face of these challenges is the worst-case scenario. It's why I campaigned on an all-of-the-above pro-housing platform and why we must act. Over the past year, I've spent a lot of time reading about best practices for advancing housing affordability. The literature is extensive, but three themes seem to come up again and again. First, increasing supply, particularly by allowing smaller, traditionally more attainable homes, must be central. One of the most significant features of the plan before us tonight is that it opens the door to more housing types citywide: duplexes, townhomes, row homes, homes that are typically smaller and more affordable, even as new builds, and all forms that are currently limited in where they can be built in Ann Arbor today. Second, existing residents and natural features must be protected. On this account, City Council is limited due to preemptive state laws, but has still taken numerous significant actions to protect renters and homeowners and to assist in lowering costs. These include banning pre-tenancy junk fees, requiring rent transparency and fair pricing, and expanding numerous sustainability programs designed to lower utility bills directly. Examples include the home energy rating disclosure, the green rental housing ordinance, the funding negotiated through the sustainable heating franchise, which will provide roughly $500,000 annually, and nearly $2 million per year in homeowner rebates through the home energy rebates program. I could go on. Council also regularly advocates to our state legislature to help in these respects. As for natural features, this plan retains our forward-looking 2004 Natural Features Master Plan. It aligns with our Greenbelt strategy. It supports our 10,000 Trees initiative to bolster our estimated 1.45 million trees in Ann Arbor today. And Goal 10 of the plan specifically proposes enhancing these protections even further. Third and final, as we've heard tonight, as communities pursue these first two strategies, income-eligible subsidized housing remains essential for supporting residents with the lowest incomes. On this front, the affordable housing millage is now producing major results, with developments such as Dunbar Tower and the project at 350 South 5th in the previous agenda item tonight. Altogether, more than 1,200 income-qualified units are either built or in the pipeline thanks to Ann Arbor voters and the millage, positioning us to more than double our affordable housing supply in just the next few years. So here we are tonight with a plan that endeavors to tackle all of this and more. And I don't mean to minimize the "and more" part of that sentence. The plan proposes really exciting things I don't have time to go into detail tonight, like expanding and diversifying our local economy and matching up with other long-term plans like the University of Michigan's Campus 2050 plan, and the RIDE's 2045 plan for transportation, as well as separate long-range comprehensive plans happening simultaneously right now at our city utilities to plan for infrastructure long-range planning. I appreciate the abundant public engagement on this plan over the years and acknowledge the criticism some have for it. Importantly, the plan outlines nearly 4 dozen metrics to track the success of its 12 goals. And I'm committed to monitoring those nearly 4 dozen metrics closely to ensure our aspirations and goals translate into real, positive outcomes as intended. I enter this vote tonight feeling more energized than ever for the bright future of our progressive city. I intend to vote in favor of the plan tonight, and I hope the energy, engagement, and passion we've seen over the past 2+ years, specifically in this room tonight, continues as we enter the next phase. I truly believe this comprehensive land use plan embodies the vision we need, and I look forward to working together with all of you to set Ann Arbor up for success now and the years ahead. Thank you.
Councilmember Cornell, Briggs, then Watson.
Thank you. Just to quickly clarify a public comment from earlier, Councilmember Briggs and I did have a dedicated listening session at the Downtown Library almost a full year ago on April 19th that included Mr. Leonard. And it was very well attended. And one of my favorite comments from that session was someone who urged passage of this plan because of the homes being purchased in their neighborhood, bulldozed and replaced with a large single-family home that could have easily housed another family too, if our zoning allowed it. Passing the land use plan tonight represents a first step in fulfilling the promise I made to voters when I was running for this office. I stood on hundreds of porches and talked to neighbors. The feedback I received and the stories I heard reinforced over and over and over again that housing in Ann Arbor is scarce, expensive, and wholly mismatched to the diversity of types of homes we need to be an inclusive city. I heard people wanting to downsize and remain in the city who couldn't find options that meet their needs, including a widower whose home felt too big now that she's living alone. Nurses, teachers, therapists, trade workers told me that they wanted to move to another part of the city, or to go from renting to owning, or to go from a duplex to a single-family home, but could not afford to do so. People who work in nonprofits, artists, hospitality workers not only can't afford to live here, they spend their money to work here by way of paying gas to commute from 30 minutes out and pay a heavy personal price on their time, parking in neighborhoods where it's free and adding a 20-minute walk each way to their place of work. People wanting to start a family here are trapped without housing options. Their options are either to move or hold off on their own future plans while looking for housing that is scarce and expensive. These are real hardships that impact individuals and families. These are real people, these are real problems, and failing as a body and as a city to address them is a failure. It's a path towards becoming a stagnant and dying city. That sounds dramatic, but without growth, that is what will happen. Without addressing our housing crisis, we perpetuate cycles of divide. And we are so much better than this. Ann Arbor is such a great place to be. And obviously, everyone here tonight cares very much about the city, and I think shares that. We are a better place when we invite others to join us here in the city by creating a variety of housing types at a variety of price points in a variety of locations. This is literally the definition of diversity. Ann Arbor, like most of the country, has a shameful lack of options for middle and working class people who want to live near where they work, start or raise their families, and build wealth. Tonight we have the opportunity to embrace our progressive values and step forward and recognize zoning enacted 50 years ago doesn't meet today's challenges and doesn't reflect what it means to be a welcoming and inclusive place for people to live. I appreciate the speakers tonight who recognize that this is not a perfect plan. It's probably one of the few things we can all agree on. I also appreciate the acknowledgement that there have been years of public participation in meetings hosted by us around the table, city staff, private citizens, online, private homes. The evolution of this plan, eloquently described and explained by Councilmember Dish, including changes from the first version to the one before us tonight that I wasn't thrilled about, indicates that these processes have worked. I also want to deeply thank the Planning Commission and the city staff who've lent their expertise and time to this long process and have ensured that it was led with thoughtfulness and wisdom. I'm looking forward to the next step in this process, using this land use plan as our guide. I'm excited for the opportunity to address necessary process changes. I know it sounds kind of wonky, to streamline zoning to make it easier to build more homes of all kinds. And I appreciate Ms. Bennett highlighting this as a critical component to our economic development efforts and long-term vitality. It's exciting that this plan includes recommendations for strengthening our downtown and aligns our land use plans with our natural features plan, resolution that I appreciate discussing and approving at the City Sustainability Commission along with Councilmember Malik. It also aligns our land use plans with our A20 and Vision Zero goals. To close, I want to quote, with his permission, Josh, a Ward 5 resident who reached out by email this morning with comments that summed up the majority of feedback I've heard as well as my own personal views. I quote, "Please pass the comprehensive land use plan so that we can begin to build an Ann Arbor for all. The plan may not be perfect, but we cannot let that become the enemy of good enough. While there is still much work to be done, we need to take the first step in allowing for denser housing that is affordable and less carbon intensive than our existing housing stock. There are many people inside the city and even more who would like to live here but cannot. And they are all excited for the future we are building with these changes, even if we are not vocal at the public meetings. This is our way forward.
Councilmember Briggs, then Watson, then Harrison.
Thanks. And like others, I want to thank Planning Commission and Councilmember Dish, and Mr. Leonard, and Ms. Bennett, and all the other staff members that helped to inform this process. And of course, all the community members who have been engaged in this over the last couple of years. I really appreciate the fact that the plan is evidence-based. As the plan in the appendix demonstrate, it's based in data and thoughtful analysis. I love the fact that in our packet tonight, available to the public on Legistar, that there is a 13-page lit review about housing supply. That is a very Ann Arbor thing. I'm curious how many other cities have included that in their packets. And this 13-page lit review has, references studies around the effects of market rate housing on market rate housing supply and housing costs in the region and immediate neighborhood, the effects of rezoning on housing supply, and recommended policy directions. I also appreciate how robust the community engagement has been, as pages 165 through 238 of the plan appendix document the public engagement and feedback. And as Councilmember Cornell mentioned, we did have public meetings in the 5th Ward, including the one at the library that we hosted last year. At times in this process, and times tonight, I have been reminded of a poem by Shel Silverstein that my son performed in poetry camp when he was in preschool, which is, "I've discovered a way to stay friends forever. There's really nothing to it. I simply tell you what to do, and you do it." He performed it better. But the reality is, this isn't about what I want or you want. It's about what our community needs and what all of us. It's a balance of a lot of perspectives, and it's a vision for the future. And what we heard tonight is that our community generally agrees on the values that this plan seeks to advance: affordability, sustainability, equity. We heard from folks who want us to go further and folks who fear that the plan isn't going to further those values. We were also asked tonight if we believe 100% this plan has reviewed all the data, will address all of our goals, and I can resolutely say no. I don't believe that I don't believe that it will do those things. But I am 100% sure that our current policies are failing and that they aren't aligned with our values. Displacement and gentrification are already underway. It's been this way for a long time. We know folks who have been priced out of our neighborhoods. I would have been priced out of Ann Arbor 26 years ago when I moved here as a young single mom, escaping an abusive relationship. Fortunately, my wonderful mom was already renting a nice little duplex on the west side, and she kindly allowed me to move in with her while I regrouped and went to grad school and helped with babysitting and made it possible for me to build a life here. We heard tonight that this plan doesn't benefit anyone in Ann Arbor today, and I really disagree with that. It will benefit our families, it will benefit our friends, it will benefit our aging parents, our children, and so many others. Housing is something that we know that we need here in Ann Arbor, in the state, and in our nation. We're 4 million units short across the country. Others have spoken to that. I'm also 100% sure that our zoning isn't working. Many of the attributes of our most beloved neighborhoods aren't legal. Neighborhoods with a mix of housing typologies and neighborhood stores like we see in the Old West Side simply can't be built today. Revisions are necessary in our zoning, and this plan sets a vision for how we do that. So I look forward to supporting this 4th draft of the plan tonight, and working with the community to develop the zoning that will allow us to implement it.
Councilmember Watson, then Harrison.
In his book, Stuck, How the Privileged and Propertied Broke the Engine of American Opportunity, Yoni Applebaum writes a sweeping history of zoning, spanning from its first appearance in Northern California in 1885, where the city of Modesto made it illegal to operate a laundry west of the railroad and south of G Street, which the author explains was devised as a way of limiting the expansion of the city's Chinese neighborhoods, or in other words, enacting racial exclusion. Mr. Applebaum focuses on many major cities, such as New York, San Francisco, and Washington, D.C., but I was surprised when I saw Ann Arbor in an anecdote. In talking about how limiting mobility limits opportunity, the author mentions a nurse living in Flint who traveled as far as Ann Arbor to work, but never left Flint because it was the only place she could keep her HUD-subsidized rent. It doesn't take knowing the history of zoning to know that people want to live closer to where they work. But seeing Ann Arbor used as an example in a 300-page book on land use makes it as clear as ever. We want the people who work in our hospitals and our schools to have the option to live in Ann Arbor, and we certainly don't want to be a cautionary tale in the history books. Ann Arbor isn't unique in its fraught history with zoning and housing access. We're also not unique in pursuing solutions. We join cities like those my colleagues have already mentioned, along with Charlottesville and Arlington in Virginia, Gainesville, Florida, and St. Paul, Minnesota, in allowing more housing in single-family zones, while we are also maintaining policies specific to Ann Arbor's needs, like the commitment to form-based code in the zoning implementation phase, which I believe will help maintain much of what Ann Arborites love about their neighborhoods. To the person living there, a studio apartment is just as much of a home as the most beautiful single-family house. I think we often forget that when we diversify the size and layout of homes, and yes, even the architectural style, we are creating more opportunities for people to make their lives in Ann Arbor. Whether it's people already living here who've had a life change, retiring, getting married or divorced, becoming empty nesters, or whether it's people that want to become new residents, like service industry workers, teachers, workers in the trades, or newly minted graduates of college and grad school. What people at each of these stages of life want or need is different than what you or I might prefer at this current moment. The new high-rises that are expensive now will be more reasonably priced in 20 years. The housing that should have been built 20 years ago would have made things more affordable in the student market today. Finally, a thought on listening. If I'm listening to the problems my constituents bring up, like a Ward 2 homeowner who wrote to me worried about her sons affording rent in the city as they get started on their own, or the senior I talked to in Larchmont Park, unsure if he can keep living in the same apartment complex if his rent goes up at the end of the year. If I'm listening to residents like this, but not pursuing any solutions, is that listening really meaningful? To me, listening to my constituents and figuring out how we can make progress on long-standing challenges while preserving what we all love about Ann Arbor, our neighborhoods, our parks, and our people, that's what makes my work on council meaningful. I spent a lot of my time listening over the last 3 years, including at this well-attended public hearing tonight, and I will continue to do so. I believe this plan moves us forward on the housing issues that cannot be fixed by subsidy alone. Thank you.
Councilmember Harrison. Then
Thank you,
Councilman
Mayor.
Edwin.
I'd like to first express deep gratitude to city staff, members of the Planning Commission, community members for coming out and engaging with our public engagement and coming to meetings. And an extra special thank you to my ward mate, Councilmember Lisa Dish, for her tireless work on Planning Commission. Tonight, I'm voting on the type of Ann Arbor that includes people that look like me. We must tell the truth about zoning in this country. Single-family zoning did not emerge as a neutral planning tool. It became one of the cleanest legal mechanisms for preserving exclusion after more explicit forms of discrimination became less publicly acceptable. It was used across this country to segregate, hoard opportunities, and protect access to wealth by limiting access to community. Berkeley, California is widely recognized as the first city in the country to adopt single-family zoning in 1916. Developer Duncan McDuffie championed it alongside racial covenants in his own developments. He argued that keeping out apartments, flats, and stores would protect neighborhoods, from what he called the deterioration of values that is sure to follow. That language tells you exactly what single-family zoning was about, and that was keeping out non-white people. Single-family zoning outlived the legal fall of racial covenants and redlining because it was easier to defend in the language of planning. It became the acceptable vehicle for the same discriminatory outcomes. This system outlasted its more blatant predecessors by hiding in plain sight. Single-family zoning survived as the receptacle face of racial and economic exclusion. That history is why we need to interrogate the phrase, preserving neighborhood character. Character for whom? Preserved for whom? At whose expense? As a Black woman, I cannot talk about exclusionary zoning as though it is abstract, accidental, or race neutral. It is a part of a longer American tradition of using policy to keep Black people away from good schools, transit, parks, stability, and wealth building opportunities. When a city limits where housing can go, the result is displacement and stratification. Working people, Black families, renters, young people, seniors, and people with moderate incomes are told that there may be room for their labor in the city, but not room for their lives. I know this conversation makes some people uncomfortable, but discomfort is not harm, and honesty is not division. The real harm was in building generations of policy around exclusion and then calling it normal. The real division was in deciding that some people deserved access to opportunity and others did not. But the comprehensive land use plan is not only a story about what exclusionary zoning took away, it is also a story about what inclusive zoning can build. When we experience housing growth in Ann Arbor, the tax base grows. That could mean funding for eviction prevention, unarmed crisis response, bike lanes, food banks, barrier busters, the sidewalks that have been waiting for repair. It means more money that can go towards helping first-time business owners or tenant protections like code enforcement and inspections. Dense, inclusive neighborhoods do not deteriorate our values. They help pay for the things we say we value. More housing means more people. More people means buses become viable when they weren't before. Viable buses means a senior doesn't need a car to get to the doctor. A worker doesn't need a car to get to a job. A kid can get somewhere without asking anyone for a ride. On-demand transportation becomes possible. Walking to a restaurant, a clinic, or a neighbor's house becomes possible. And where people walk, businesses follow, which means someone in the city could own that business, maybe having a family-owned business for the very first time. I am voting yes because this plan moves us away from a framework that was never innocent to begin with. I am proud to support this plan because I believe Ann Arbor should be a city that chooses belonging over exclusion and honesty over nostalgia. Thank you.
Councilmember Ackman.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start, like my colleagues have, by recognizing our planning staff, planning commission, and the many residents who have contributed to this process. As we've all learned firsthand, a comprehensive land use plan doesn't materialize overnight. Far from it. It represents years of data gathering, meetings, public workshops, town halls, and conversations about where we are now and where we want to go. And the result of all of that work is what's before us tonight. For me, this is very much about making sure the same opportunities that existed for me when I moved here in 2003 as a broke graduate student are there for others tomorrow. Students who study here, nurses and teachers who work here, families just starting out, and seniors who want to downsize on a fixed income, they all deserve a chance to build their lives in Ann Arbor. Planning for more housing, especially near jobs and transit, is how we make that possible, and it's how we live up to our values as a welcoming, forward-looking city. With all due respect to some of the comments that have been made, this is about people who live here. I have lost so many friends who have been forced out of the city into distant communities due to a lack of options and ever higher costs. There's a generational component to this. In fact, at 6:30 p.m. tonight, I got an email from Governor Whitmer, who was talking about her efforts to address the housing crisis, which you might notice is being grappled with at every level of government. And she noted in that email that in the 90s, that'd be the 1990s, the late 20th century, the typical first-time home buyer was around 28 to 31, and today they are 40 years old. There's a multi-million home shortage nationwide, and many houses that are for sale are unaffordable. As many have said, adopting this plan is the beginning, it's not the end. The next chapter will be turning this framework into actual tools through zoning updates and policy changes. That work will require continued public engagement and thoughtful discussion of details. Thoughtfulness, however, does not mean getting caught in paralysis. We have to commit to moving the plan forward, and as we do so, we have to focus on the fundamentals: expanding housing supply, supporting affordability, and growing in ways that reinforce our climate and transportation goals. As you know, my term on City Council ends later this year, and I am sad that I won't be here for all of the steps ahead. But part of public service and stewardship is setting the table for those who come next. I believe this plan offers a clear starting point and a shared direction so that this body can carry the work forward with confidence. I'm proud of what this body, our staff, and our community have built together. So tonight's vote is about making sure the doors to this city don't quietly close behind us, and that's why I'm supporting this plan. Thank you.
Councilmember Guzzi Edwin.
Thank you, Mayor. I also want to express my thanks to Planning Commission, to staff, to Mrs. Bennett, Mr. Leonard, and to, of course, our City Council colleague, Lisa Dish. Thank you. Thank you for everyone who's come here tonight. I'm supporting the comprehensive land use plan because it helps to address decades of exclusionary zoning policies that have limited where, how much, and what types of homes we can build. These outdated rules have deepened racial and economic segregation and made housing more expensive for everyone, making Ann Arbor today one of the most economically segregated cities in the nation. And the history of these policies aren't just history. Ann Arbor functioned as a sundown town, and racially restrictive covenants were written directly into many property deeds across our city, banning Black residents, Jewish residents, and many immigrants from living in large parts of our community. Organizations like Justice Indeed and Future Roots have mapped how these policies shape opportunity in our city today. To those who say this is irrelevant part of our past, I'd like to share this quote from a 2022 study by the Urban Institute. Racial covenants are highly embedded in the urban landscape, manifesting as persistent wealth gaps, stark health disparities, and unequal environmental conditions today. These policies still dictate socioeconomic outcomes for millions. And the benefits of allowing more housing density are backed by decades of research. Studies consistently show that when communities allow more housing to be built, housing costs stabilize and housing insecurity decreases. This is especially important as Ann Arbor and Washtenaw County are currently experiencing the fastest rise in homelessness our community has seen in recent years. Building more housing is an important part of addressing that. I also want to say something personal. I grew up here. I'm not in the upper 20% of the income bracket. I believe capitalism is hurting our country, and I'm not in the pocket of any developers. I'm a working mom who's doing my best to survive, and no one up here is in the pocket of developers. We all care deeply about this city and this community, just like everyone in this room and everyone who spoke tonight does. And I'm only able to raise my kids here, work full-time, and engage in public service because I'm privileged enough to live close to my parents who are able to help. And I want my kids one day, I want all people to be able to live here no matter what profession they choose, and to be privileged enough to live near their families or other social support systems. And that's what really this conversation is about. It's about making Ann Arbor a more livable and equitable place to live for everyone for generations.
Well, I think everyone's spoken. So today's a win for Ann Arbor. The Comprehensive Plan for Affordability is a progressive housing document that will lead to a more affordable, sustainable, and equitable Ann Arbor. It will benefit current residents and future residents for decades to come. When we look back 10, 15, 20 years, we will see that this vote is the turning point where we turn the corner on the housing affordability crisis. We cannot flip a switch and win it overnight, but the Comprehensive Plan for Affordability will enable us to welcome nurses, teachers, tradespeople back to our community, to help seniors downsize with dignity, divorced couples to stay near the school, young people to move home to build a family. It will allow us to end the exclusionary zoning that has segregated us for decades and enable us all to enjoy the local stores like Jefferson Market and Argus Farm Stop that are prohibited throughout so much of our community. Ann Arbor prices have increased 4 times the rate of inflation for homes. Rents have gone up 2.5 times the rate of inflation since the recession. Now, why is this? We have 10,000 new students, national trends in remote work and wealth inequality, a growing local economy, the amazing University of Michigan, and amazing local quality of life with schools, parks, healthcare, and culture, and a municipal government that works for its residents. And all this occurs in the context of decades of resistance to allowing more housing, a restrictive zoning system that is built on a legacy of intentional discrimination. And when housing demand outstrips housing supply, prices go up. That is just reality. I don't like it any better than you, but that is the truth, and that's the truth we have to grapple with. And so what will happen if we do nothing? How will things change? Will it get better? Will it get worse? Our affordability crisis hurts residents today. We have economic segregation and racial segregation. Seniors cannot downsize. Divorced couples cannot stay near the school. Young adults cannot move home. We have higher taxes because of higher assessments. We have more commuter traffic. We have a community that is unavailable to teachers, nurses, office workers, and trade people. What will happen if we do nothing? How will things change? Will it get better? Will it get worse? The Comprehensive Plan for Affordability will lead to abundant housing choice with leveling prices. This is a community with fewer commuters because workers will be able to live in Ann Arbor, a community with more economically and racially diverse members, a community with thriving 15-minute neighborhoods. Other cities have implemented these changes successfully, and we can too. The plan envisions most of this occurring downtown. A good deal of this on major streets like Washtenaw Stadium or down by Briarwood. Some of this changed also in established neighborhoods. And we know that folks love their established neighborhoods the way they are, and we are going to make sure that we honor them, even as we allow in new neighbors. The change envisioned in these districts will be incremental, limited by height, setbacks, unit count, bed count, lot size, and so forth, in a way that respects existing streetscapes, but crucially allows more neighbors and the benefits to all that will accrue from their arrival. Some folks ask, what about affordable housing? What about city-built housing? Back in 2017, the Affordable Housing Trust Fund was approximately $0. Now, after the passage and the honoring of the 40-40-20 pledge and the passage of the affordable housing millage, that fund is in the millions. And public affordable housing in Ann Arbor is full steam ahead with an unprecedented 1,200 units of new permanent affordable housing built or in the pipeline. This more than doubles our current supply by 2028-2029. This is a record of success that speaks for itself. Public affordable housing is, of course, income eligible. And so folks who don't make enough, folks who make too much to live in affordable housing, this is the majority of Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor residents, workers who just don't qualify. They are being shut out. This is a gap, a missing middle It's filled with people like registered nurses, licensed electricians, police officers, teachers a few years out. We cannot ignore these people. We need to allow the housing that they can afford so that they can stay in Ann Arbor or they can call Ann Arbor home. This plan does that. Some folks ask, what about the infrastructure? An excellent question. No residents' access to water, sewer, or stormwater will ever be reduced by a new development, period. No home for anyone will ever get built without full capacity in place to serve it, period. When a builder needs to tap in or expand the system capacity, they will pay. And indeed, in many cases, the new infrastructure investments that they make will improve service for all. Some folks ask, what about historic districts? What about parks? As has been told and discussed earlier, historic district rules will remain the same. Parks will remain inviolate. Our affordable housing crisis hurts residents. Our affordability crisis hurts residents. It leads to economic segregation and racial segregation. Seniors can't downsize. Divorced couples can't stay near the school. Young adults can't move home. Higher taxes due to higher assessments, more commuter traffic, a community bereft of teachers, nurses, office workers, etc. The comprehensive plan for affordability is the path forward, and I am so proud to support it. I want to thank the community volunteers of the Planning Commission, the indomitable Councilmember Dish, our representative there, and our amazing staff for the good and hard work that has been done to get us to this day. I would like to thank the thousands of residents who have given so much of themselves to this process for love of their city and for their optimism for its future. Your input has created this plan, sometimes pushing towards change, sometimes urging caution, but always in service of a better Ann Arbor. The result is a serious, progressive housing policy document that will make our community more affordable, more sustainable, and more just. It'll do those things for those of us who live here today and for those who deserve the chance to call Ann Arbor home. There are those who are excited about the plan and those who view it with caution. All views, all community members are valid and important and deserving of respect. For my part, I look forward to working with all of them, that is to say, all of you, to make our amazing community even better. All those in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC1, resolution directing the city administrator to discuss crisis response with Washtenaw County Community Mental Health to determine whether partnership opportunities exist. Moved by Councilmember Harrison, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Discussion, please, of DC1. Councilmember Harrison.
I'll be quick as possible.
It's all good.
Yeah. For too long, we've treated mental health crises like a crime by sending the police on their own and cycling people through emergency rooms and jails instead of connecting them to care. Ann Arbor has committed to doing better. Not only is the city bringing unarmed crisis response, the city of Ann Arbor is also exploring a co-response model. I support that direction, but I want us to get it right. A co-response model works best if the behavioral health clinician on that team is an expert in co-response, rather than someone learning the job alongside a police officer while the person in crisis pays a price. The good news is we don't have to start from scratch. Washtenaw County Community Mental Health responded to over 2,000 crisis calls involving Ann Arbor residents last year alone. They resolved 73% without hospitalization, followed up on 100% of contacts, and averaged over 14 outreach contacts per individual, compared to 2 in peer counties. That is deflection and diversion in practice. Washtenaw County Community Health has the clinical expertise, the infrastructure, and the continuity of care that behavioral health crises demand. Before we build something new with taxpayer dollars, we have a responsibility to ask, what are we already paying for, and why aren't we building on it? WCCMH is a statutory county agency, and Arbor residents are already funding this work. This resolution directs the city administrator to convene that conversation with Washtenaw County Community Mental Health and Arbor Police Department and other relevant stakeholders. and return within 90 days with a real path forward. When someone is at one of the most vulnerable moments of their life, they deserve a response that is coordinated, compassionate, and connected to care. Thank you.
Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It's approved. DC2, resolution to authorize a purchase order with Franklin WH Energy Storage, Inc. for battery energy storage system equipment for the sustainable energy utility. Moved by Councilmember Medina, seconded by Councilmember Malik. Discussion, please, of DC2. I know it's late, but the SEU is awesome, and so is OSI. All in favor? Oh, actually, Redina has something to say. Councilmember Redina.
I'm going to very briefly add to that. People should go to a2sceu.com and sign up to express their interest.
What he said. Further discussion? All in favor? All opposed? It's approved. DC3, resolution to authorize a purchase order with Michigan Solar Solutions, Inc. for solar photovoltaic equipment for the sustainable energy utility. Moved by Councilmember Cornell, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? It is approved. DC4, resolution to amend the 2026 council calendar. Moved by Councilmember Iyer, seconded by Councilmember Briggs. Discussion. All in favor? All opposed? It is approved. We have the pleasure of a closed session today.
And what if I said yes?
Then we would go upstairs, and it would be a delight to hear your sage advice.
No such request, Mayor. Thank you.
Alas, it is our loss. We have before us the clerk's report of communications, petitions, and referrals. May I have a motion, please, to approve the clerk's report? Moved by Councilmember Dish, seconded by Councilmember Watson. Discussion. All in favor? All opposed? It is approved. We have communications today from our city attorney.
No, thank you, Mayor.
In the absence of public comment overflow, may I have a motion to adjourn, please? Moved by Councilmember Harrison, seconded by Councilmember Gaziashwin. Discussion. All in favor? Opposed? We're adjourned.